wash away the toxicity.
With no passion, the candles were in, and the candles were in, and it's time for you to join the current. Here we go again. Critically drinking, stay thirsty, my friend. Burning the love and hoping never. If it does,
Hustle and grind culture is another version of it. I can sleep when I'm dead. You'll be dead.
It's showtime. Come in and have a drink with our whole crew. Come on then, join the panel or chill from the chat. Do it how you wanna do. The misfit dudes keep the whole chat lit. And soon you'll be a part of it too. So come back again, my friend, or we'll come find you. Here we go again.
What's up?
Critically drinking, stay thirsty, my friend. Burning love and hoping never. If it does, oh, we'll be back again. Now let's make one thing clear. Because of you is why we're here. You give us life, you give us love. That is why we want you get to our heart. Come and join the show, cause we need you to grow. So pull up a chair and share with us all of the things you know. Here we go again. Critically drinking, stay thirsty, my friend. Burning in love and hoping never. If it does, oh, we'll come back again.
And like the song say, hey, don't, I will come find you. Easy way or the hard way.
Amazing.
I got my own platform. If I got something to say, I hit my live button, ho.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to Critically Drinking. I'm your host, Rashawn, and as you see, we starting off with a special guest. It's that guy, Yella, the fella, CEO of Yellow Pill Coffee Co. How you doing today, my guy? Good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Sober?
Yeah. I
Not
like
sober.
it. I like
Let's
it.
do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it, man. Let me see who's in the chat already. We got Leah coming over from Quiet Bree Camberley. Hello. Bree coming over from Quiet Bree Camberley. Now, listen, Bree, I don't know. Hopefully, you're not influenced by that content creator over there, Quiet Bree. Don't listen to her. You're the good Bree. She's the bad Bree. Nova, again. Uwu, to you. Hello. Oi. Double trouble. Pog. Yelito. Okay, that's enough. That's enough love for him. Where's the Rashanito? Come on, man. Throw me some love. Throw me some love.
Nah.
Throw me some love, man. Throw me some love. Anyway, good to see y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. Let me see what that alert was. Oh, okay. It's my meeting tomorrow. Cool. Now listen. Yella's here with me early, but I am going to take y'all through a couple of steps before we get directly to the reaction because a couple of things have come up in different conversations that I've been having. You can't be our everything. That's right. That's right. You know what, Bree? If I can't be your everything, how about you be my nothing? How about that? Be the nothing. Be the nothing that y'all desire to be. Be the nothing that you absolutely want to live up to. Be the nothing in the relationship. Be the infinite whole that needs all of the needs in one's field. But, excuse me, we're going to work up to that. We are going to work up to the expectations, people. We're going to work up to the expectations because, again, Quantum has sent me something that I think applies about uneven relationships. And I am going to bring in something about like tough conversation starters. Because I believe that people need to know what kind of language we should probably use. If people are talking about relationships, if people are looking for relationships, there is language. There is some useful tools that I think this guy offered in this conversation. I'm not going to play the entire thing. It's about 3 minutes, but he offers some good insights. And I would tell anybody that's watching to write these down. If you're looking to date somebody, because a lot of us just obviously have no relationship skills at all. No ability to communicate, no ability to relay information, to gather information. That seems to be a failure of our parents, of the prior generations, to instill that in us. Whisper sweet nothings in my auditory sensors, Rashawn. Nova, you are. Dad, I wish I could remember what Yella says. You are kind, you are smart, and you is important. You is. Hey, and Nay, hello. Good to see you. I'm trying to pull this stream up. My fault. My computer is moving a little slow. Because I might need to get on the poll. I might not. But I want to have it close by just in case I need to get up on it. In case I need to get up on this poll. All right. So let me pull this video up. And again, 3 minutes of this. I'm not gonna kill this. I'm not gonna what do they say over there, brother Clarence? I'm not gonna long stroke this, but I do want to get a specific point out and not just a reaction. So set the 6:23 mark.
6 pump limit on this. 6 pump limit. You can't get what you need 6 pumps. God damn it, that's on you.
That remind me of Key and Peele, the 3 pumps. One, two.
Okay. Who?
You're out of here, man. That show was funny. But I want to jump right into this first video because he's going to talk about. I want to give the tools first. Everybody talks about, we don't offer solutions. We don't offer solutions. Not me specifically, but people that talk a lot, they oftentimes do not offer the solution. So I'm going to lead. With the solution to one of the things I'm talking about. When you're getting into a situation where you're getting to know each other, you're getting to know somebody, you're thinking it might be something serious, thinking about taking it seriously, this is where you want to start. He's talking to a lady about how do I know if I'm ready to get married? And these are the type of conversations and dialogue that people need to have. So I'm just going to let this play. It's like 3 minutes straight. I just want y'all to hear that. It's on tape. If you need to hear it later, rewind it, pause it, do the things you need to do. Oh, my bad.
Two is, how do you tell, asking each other, how do you like to hear things that you probably don't want to know?
Okay, so real quick, because I don't know when that came into the stream. How do you like to hear things that you don't want to know? Finding out how to be able to. I know this is a weakness of mine. Why are you doing this? This is a weakness of mine. God dang it. Looks like the internet's going to be funny for me today. My bad, y'all. It's going to be a day. But you need to find out how you can deliver bad news that works around somebody's sensitivity. One of the things that people have a hard time with is receiving negative feedback, criticism. Sometimes it's something as simple as there's something in your nose. And a lot of us are too timid or passive to just address it directly, to find that some of us just do not have that social development, that social skill. Just flat out. We've seen it. We've seen people going down the street. And nobody's told them that there's something hanging from their shoe. So one of the things, if you're thinking about seriously dealing with somebody, you need to be able to have the conversation of, how do I deliver bad news to you that allows you to still feel dignified, still feel like I'm not embarrassing you, that I'm not attacking you? That's something that needs to be a part of the conversation. So I would say start there. Rico's sitting in the bushes, stretching. Appreciate that, Bree. The solutions are for math. Yeah, and for nurses. I'm not here for the solutions. Let me know where the fuckery starts. What up, JP in the building, man? Appreciate all of y'all. Definitely appreciate everybody that supported JP, Rico, for sure. Nova, and Nay. I'm gonna see if this works again, because of course I'm not sure why. I cleared the cache the other day. I might have to clear it again.
Shoot me the link if we can't go for you.
Got you. But see 623. All right, I'm putting the link in the back just in case. Appreciate y'all's patience. Not sure what's been going on. Every time I try to share YouTube on StreamYard lately, it's been a bit of a thing. I've been using Microsoft Edge, and it's a problem. I tried to use Google Chrome, and it was doing the same thing. So I definitely know it's not a browser thing because I've had the issue on both browsers. I still have yet to try Mozilla Firefox. That was suggested by somebody who does not have my best interest at heart. Let me see. The blues looking regal. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, there we go. It just started. Give me a sec. All right.
How do you tell? Asking each other, how do you like to hear things that you probably
Oh
don't?
snap! My bad. Thank you. Thank you. I can't see myself. I didn't. You know.
And this ranges from, hey, you have a booger in your nose.
See,
I
appreciate you.
Do you want me to say
that.
it very discreetly?
Look, you check the back chat, check the private chat.
Now I see
it. They say the bros gotta look. See, Rico knows. My bad. I ain't talking over the video. Bros gotta tell the bros though. We gotta hint the bros. Like, bro.
But that. How do you want to the point? How do you deliver uncomfortable information that might be embarrassing? Now, thankfully, y'all know I just don't be caring. I just don't be caring. But that's important to be able to give people that kind of information because people will be out here looking foolish. And then if I had been the entire stream that way, I'd have been looking at Yella like, man, for real, you ain't say nothing. So he put something in the back chat. Rico was on the stream, but that's important because in relationships, we don't know what each other's sensitivities are because we're sensitive around a whole host of things. What not to do in front of my family, what not to do in front of my friends, what not to do in front of my coworkers. We have a lot of sensitivities, and somebody can violate real easy. I heard a woman complain just the other day about a guy sending flowers every week because everybody looks at her funny. So we need to have those uncomfortable conversations, and people need to develop those tools. I'm gonna go back just a little bit because we was my collar was popping.
This ranges from, hey, you have a booger in your nose. Do you want me to make a joke about it? Do you want me to say it very discreetly? Do you want to just not know? To, here's how many people I've slept with.
More serious
how many people I don't like it, like when we're having sex, I don't like it when you do this versus when you do that. Like, how do you want to hear things that are going to be hard to hear? The way you talked to me last night when you were mad makes me want to leave this house. How do you want to hear those things? And let's try to do our best to, can I honor that? If somebody says, I don't ever want you to tell me, I don't ever want to know, you might say, I'm going to tell you. So this might not be a great relationship. Or like my instinct is to make jokes about things. That's just how I handle hard situations. That's really helpful when I'm going into a crisis situation and somebody's passed away and there's really hard things to see. And then we can make a really dark black humor joke and all of us can kind of like giggle through it, right? I learned early on, my wife didn't like me going, oh, you know what I would love to do right now? Kiss you, except you got a booger on your face. Like she didn't, that hurt her feelings. That wasn't cool.
Of course. But y'all get the point. Y'all get the point. Let me go ahead and stop sharing that real quick. Y'all get the point on that. That's the solution on that. He don't need to belabor that. But we need to first develop the ability to tell each other uncomfortable and difficult things. Even if it's like these conversations between people that work with each other, collaborate with each other, we have to be able to tell people challenging and uncomfortable things. That's a skill that you're going to have to develop through practice to learn that it's not going to kill you. Everybody's not going to turn on you when you say something negative. I also advocate that for men in relationships because I know a lot of men sit on negative feelings and do not communicate that because, like I said, it's hard sometimes to communicate things because they're spoiled in a way. They're used to having their way, and it's a challenge to their worldview that you experience them negatively. It's a challenge that somebody may want to play video games. There's lots of challenging discussions that we do not have. Yeah, like Yellas. When you come in from girls' night, you do that lean. You really don't look as sexy as you think. Trying to hold yourself up on that post. There are a lot of uncomfortable conversations that we need to have with people. So that's the solution up front. You're gonna have to practice. You're gonna have to practice that. Now, we're gonna start going down the slide. We're gonna start going down the slide of messy. We're gonna start going down the slide, and I'm gonna send this other one to you, Yellow, just in case it doesn't work for me. But this is IG. This one's on Instagram, so it may work just fine. Let me see.
Let me see
We're
if
gonna let
this
that
one
roll.
gonna work.
People I've slept with to here's how many people I don't like it like when we're having sex. I don't like it when you do this versus when you do that. Like, how do you want to hear things that are going to be hard to hear? The way you talked to me last night when you were mad makes me want to leave this house. How do you want to hear those things? And let's try to do our best to. Can I honor that? If somebody says, I don't ever want you to tell me, I don't ever want to know, you might say, I'm going to tell you. So this might not be a great relationship. Or like my instinct is to make jokes about things. That's just how I handle hard situations. That's really helpful when I'm going into a crisis situation in some bad way, and there's really hard things to see. And then we can make a really dark black humor joke, and all of us can kind of like giggle through it, right? I learned early on my wife didn't like me do it now kiss you, except you got a booger on your face. Like she didn't that hurt her feelings. That wasn't cool. What she would like me to say is to whisper into your, hey, you got a booger. Just be really matter of fact and direct. Facts to your friends, just say it, and then we move on. I had to learn that new language, right? But when she said, can you do it like this? I was like, absolutely, I can do that. That wasn't a big deal to me, okay? So how do you tell each other things you probably don't want to hear? That's number two. The big ones, the role of religion, money, and sex in our relationship. How do you deal with those personally? How are we going to do those things here? And here's the big one. How do you, when those things change? Not if, but when. My relationship with faith is very, very different today than it was when I started dating my wife. Drastically different. There's seasons of me being a devout atheist, like just almost like proselytizing. And there's been seasons when I'm so in tune with my faith and belief that it's hard. There's not a lot of space for anybody else. And my wife has been her journeys. We all chose at the beginning to hold those things really loosely.
Man, that shit was deep though. You muted.
That stuff is deep. Yeah, got you. That stuff is deep because we need to have those type of conversations about religion and understand that those feelings may change. Like that's why I went so hard the other day, and I ain't gonna say hard, but I went at it the other day because feelings change over time. Feelings change situationally. We cannot have long-term commitments based upon solely feelings because feelings are malleable. Feelings are manipulable. Feelings are coercible. Feelings are sometimes misguided based upon something that's not a full truth, not a complete understanding of a thing. So feelings are problematic to base your life around. So there has to be deeper layers of understanding. Part of that is having the communication that you start to build bridges across things like race, religion, income, whatever it is that you have expectations around that you're going to hold people to a standard of. There needs to be communication about it too, and understand that those values may change. They will change. They probably should change over time. And as your life composition, your family composition changes. That's why so many people end up in these like midlife, quarter life, third quarter life crises because they don't anticipate that these things are going to change and that they're going to feel differently, but they're holding it to a picture that is now outdated of a person that is now evolved. And we have to come out of such a, I would say, underdeveloped or immature thinking on that. We have to come to expect certain things of people because we're human, and we have to quit putting so many limitations on people that we want to have long-term relationships with. It's very it takes away freedom, which removes the ability to be content, based upon that whole feelings
Right,
wheel.
right.
Well, I'm pulling up your
Because
IG, man. Go ahead, jump in real quick.
I think it's about being. I think when I hear the content part, and then I'm kind of like blending the two topics real quick. I think it's like finding a variety of ways, like it's a variety of outcomes that would be okay. Like you can't set one goal and base your whole life around it. Because, like I said, what if stuff change? What if you don't make it? What if you don't reach that goal? Like, what is your life? What is your existence besides whatever you want to accomplish in your relationship, whatever you want to accomplish in your career? You know what I'm saying? So, and man, just the one thing he said though that I did rock with is the fact that even with him thinking that he was having the tough conversation with telling her that she got the booger, it may be an even tougher thing to tell the person, hey, I don't want to be talked to like that. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want just the booger part, the person telling the other person to be lost. Like that was a great scenario right there. Because you have to be able to be like, hey, I would prefer this to work, but there's a boundary being crossed. You know what I'm saying? So that was major to me right there. And then he was able to reasonably say, okay, well, and this ain't a like appeasing to my partner, but this is how the person I want to be with wants to be treated. In a reasonable way, I can accommodate that. It's not gonna break my character, it's not gonna change my entire world's view. It's not gonna, you know what I'm saying, compromise me as a person. It's one of the basic requirements that my partner got, or anybody that you want in your life, but specifically with your partner. So that was a good part. I'm starting to like, he said one thing. I ain't gonna.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
he says some good stuff, but it be in the middle of a lot of, you know what I'm saying? It be in
yeah,
the middle.
yeah, 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 yeah. But I'm with that though. I'm with that.
Yeah. So I'm gonna bring this in, see if I can get this to work. Cause shout out to Quantum who has sent this to me, but I think this is relatable in a very specific way. Let me see if we can get it
If you're
work.
giving more than you're receiving, that lack of reciprocity does not allow for a structurally secure emotional togetherness. But my issue was imbalanced involvement made me believe that all people who could not reciprocate at the level I desired were bad people and I needed to cut them off. What I had to grow into was understanding that some people don't need to be removed, they just need to be repositioned. I had a toxic tendency of putting people in places and positions they hadn't yet earned. And when they didn't reciprocate to the degree that I thought they should, I got mad at them, when the truth is they should have never been in a position or a place that I allowed them that much access to my heart. They were only giving what they could give. As opposed to being bitter and saying, I'm cutting you off. No, let me evaluate the person. They're not a bad person. They just don't deserve to be up here. So I'm going to reposition you, and I'm going to learn that I can only give you so much because you can only give me so much. How much we distribute is completely up to us. So we have to do a better job of discerning who deserves high level interaction. Shoes and food.
The reason I wanted to share that was because, yeah, all right, right, M Mills, and Truth, man, appreciate M Mills and Truth tapping in. The issue I had with that, not the issue I had, what I liked about that, but the issue I have with people in general, we sometimes have somebody that comes into our lives. Like the first video, we can't communicate the uncomfortable things about ourselves. And we try to put the expectation of them performing to a level like that guy was talking about. We want them to output something in the relationship, whether it's love, whether it's attention, whether it's money. Again, we probably haven't communicated what that need is, but we have them in a position we're trying to force them into a position that they just can't feel. They can't fit. It might be capacity, it might be desire. Maybe they just don't want to give us. Maybe they're not as committed or interested in us as a person to want to give us everything that we're asking for. But we keep trying to force it, manipulate, coerce their feelings to make them feel the way about us that will give us our outcome. There's a lot of people using tactics to try to get people to fill a role that they just can't, a position that they never asked for. They don't want to be everything for you. They don't want to be sometimes anything for you. So we have to be more aware of our tendency to try to force a square peg into a round hole. We try to definitely move other people's energy in alignment with us. We try to mold them in our image. So that's something that a lot of us will get into doing because we desire love, we desire affection, we desire attention, we desire sex, we desire money, we desire whatever we desire. But is that person willing to give that to us without us trying to pull it and extract resources? So that's something that we need to, again, I think, pay attention to because I keep hearing it in conversations a lot. But what you think about that, Yo?
Nah, you 100% agree. I'm thinking the thread between kind of those two videos is the idea of maneuvering within maneuvering within the relationship. So
Mm-hmm.
the positive part that I'm gonna take out of that is there is give and take. If we talking
Yep.
about in the like in the realms of that last video in a relationship, it's like it's not okay. I gotta remove this person from my life. We just gotta figure out a different way. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? So I'm with that. I'm with
Yeah.
that.
I mean, because you ain't got to remove them because a lot of times, and this is where I say I don't believe in. I believe all relationship is an exchange, but I don't believe, and I'm there's a very specific connotation that I'm probably gonna have to learn to verbalize. I don't believe in really transactional. Once you get the transactional, you get to what he's talking about. Well, if you don't fill the role I expect you to, then I have no reason for you to be in my life.
Right. Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, well, if you don't come and fix if you don't come and fix the plumbing, well, there's no reason to be here for you. As opposed to, again, we're talking about relationships. I like who you are as a human being. If I find out that you do fix pipes, that would be great.
That's
If you work
awesome.
on
Hmm.
electricity, that would be
Hmm.
great. If all you do is sit here and watch television with me, that's also great. If that's what I mean by the transactional, the exchange comes because of our relationship.
Right.
Because I may be a plumber and I'm in relationship to you, but maybe I never want to work on your pipes because I really hate the fact that I'm a plumber. I might be amazing at it, but maybe I don't want to offer that to you because it's something that I hate.
So it becomes more like you with the person and everything else is a plus.
Yeah,
You're right. So
everything.
what I'm good at is not the purpose of you being with me, but yet it's the utility that you get from being with me.
Yeah, absolutely.
You see what I'm saying? So it's not the reason you here.
Mm-hmm.
And see, I think that's truly where you hitting on a good point because that's where we get messed up.
Yep.
We want to make the person the utility instead of the
Yep.
person having utilities to go along with it.
And they offer it out of love or kindness or
Right,
generosity.
right,
Not I demand that you bring this to me. You
right,
have to bring this to me. You got to do
right.
this. That's
Whether
what
it's
I
how
mean.
you right, whether it's how they feel about it personally or socially. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? And like you gotta get away from all of that. And that's on both ends. Like
Mm-hmm.
you can't lean into certain
Yeah.
ideas. You know what I'm saying? That keep that kind of momentum going. So yeah.
Yeah. I have a lot of friends that wouldn't work for what a romantic partner feels in my life, but they're amazing friends and family. And maybe they can't even be friends. Maybe it is somebody that you relegate out to a network thing. Maybe they are okay with that, maybe they're not. But again, communication, honest communication should be a part of that. I don't believe that you have the type of character that I could allow in my friend group. But I know that you do have this utility. I'd like to be able to reach out to you if I need my plumbing worked on. Would that be okay? Maybe they're okay with it, maybe they're not, but let that be their decision because they might not like the fact that they can't get access the way they want access. But that's where adult and open and honest communication has to come in. We got to be open on both sides, not just the person that's looking to receive. The person that's on the
Right.
opposite end too has to be open and honest. But well, no, I don't like if we can't. I can't be a friend with you, and I can't be a lover with you. I'm definitely not doing any business with you. That's okay. But we have to be. We have to have those. We have to have those uncomfortable conversations. We have to get to that point because a lot of the failures in our relationships are the fact that we can't disclose uncomfortable or unflattering ideas, feelings, beliefs.
Think that
Yeah,
kind
and
of
see,
works against it, but I was okay. See, I think that comment actually works against what the whole video said because that ain't nobody else's purpose. That's your purpose, and that's what he was saying. If that ain't what they supposed to be doing, you're not supposed to just get rid of them. You just repurpose it, and anything
yeah,
that you trying to accomplish for you shouldn't. And that's where I understand it. Your personal goals and your personal growth and whatever journey you got is on you. That ain't on your partner to contribute that. Because if you don't make that as a man, you can't look at your partner like it's her fault.
right.
You can't hold her like, well, you wasn't there, you wasn't good enough partner to get me where I needed to be. No, that's your goal, whether it's personal, whether it's religious growth, whether it's financial growth. Stop putting that on your partner as them being a vehicle to accomplish that. That's your goal. That's the
Find
you
a new
outside of your
plumber.
person.
Find a new plumber. I can't stand Quanta, man. Something about the way she says it. Even the way it's word. I can't even hear it. But find a new plumber. There's something about
Mhm. You know.
Quantum always trolling. Facts. Yella. It's not about discarding every time, which is what he was saying. What people do. If they don't fit them, you label them as bad. Yes, you don't have value, you a crutch. And see that everybody gets to have. This is the beauty of life. We get to carry our own philosophy and values. I'm just here to posit, to provide a perspective. What you do with that perspective, as everybody gets to make that decision for themselves, and we all get to live with the outcomes thereof. So, but I know truth as a man, he's going to stand on whatever the outcomes are. He's going to live with them because you don't have any choice but to live with the consequences. But I
Right.
also know he doesn't seem like the type that would sit there and gripe, especially on the internet, gripe a lot about the outcomes of the decisions that he makes. Some people are so committed to a path, even if it's not the one I would or somebody else would agree with, they'll live with the outcome. So sure, I'm with that. This reminded me, and that's true. Everyone is not worthy of your space. That's true, and that's what we're talking about in a different way. We're saying everybody can't occupy every space because we have lots of different spaces in our lives. So not if there's
Okay,
somebody if
so
there's
are we
somebody that's
talking
not
about
worthy of your space, real quick, hold up, Yella. If there's somebody that's not worthy of your space at all, they shouldn't be anywhere near your life. Like, so if somebody they're not worthy of your space, but you'll use them for something, to me, that's negative. But go ahead, what were you gonna say?
right? Because I'm talking about the video. So I get, I get whatever anybody else is saying, but as long as the video was saying you don't discard them, then it's kind of pointless to be reacting to the video.
You talking about
So
me?
no, I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying. That's why I'm like, that's the whole idea. It ain't necessarily a
Gotcha.
pushback, like you said. People can do what they want, but if we paying
Yeah, yeah.
attention to the video at hand, the point in him saying that is so you don't end up discarding everybody you come across.
You shouldn't discard everybody simply because they can't fill the one role that you were
Right.
expecting them to fill. And that's what I'm trying to say, and maybe I didn't say it. I'm not saying you were saying about me, but maybe I need to reiterate. If somebody can't fill the one role that you thought they could fill, what the guy is saying, and I'm using different language, is there are other roles in your life, and maybe they'd be well suited for those roles. Like, like if you go in for a job interview, well, I do know that you applied for the managerial position, but I think you might work well for the bookkeeping based upon your skills. And I know that goes back to the transactional, But I mean, the idea of a person filling a different role is what I'm talking about. In a relationship, I see value in you as a human being. I'm not going to discard you because you can't fit that one role I expected you to be. I'd like to have you in my life in some capacity. Now, what I'm saying, what I'm adding to what the guy in the video said is the other person has a choice to make if they're willing to play a role in your life in a different capacity too. Because these things, even though a lot of times we'll say it one-sided, relationships are two-sided. The other person has to agree with whatever path you're taking. And that's
Exactly.
something that we got to consider.
Exactly. So I can understand. I can understand that too. Like
Mm-hmm.
you could reposition all you want, but if that other person ain't agreeing with it, then you gotta go your separate way. But
Mm-hmm.
so I
And
get what y'all saying.
something that I was having a conversation with my mother recently, and she was saying something about the inner me, and something I heard my inner voice say like the inner me is my enemy. Sometimes a lot of us are so misaligned, poorly adjusted, that your inner voice will become against you. It will turn every relationship toxic because you're trying to force everybody into a position that they can't feel, or you believe this is the right way to do things because maybe that's what you were told. Everybody told you should be married by a certain age, so you're just trying to grab somebody up off the street to marry. So that inner voice, if you don't tune it yourself for what your values, what your beliefs are, what you want out of life, what your goals and outcomes are, if you don't tune it and you let everybody else create that inner you, it will be an enemy. Your inner me can be an enemy to like what let me see, enemy and to your energy. It will zap and destroy any energy and what is that, momentum towards anything positive you're doing in your life. What makes something right to do is a question. Like that guy was talking about, like, how should I approach this? How should I tell you things? How should we approach religion? How should we approach kids? You need to do that same thing with yourself. What makes something right to do? What makes this person a good fit for my life? So how often, and I think all of y'all have dealt with this, how often does something seem like a good idea, but once you got into it, it was really harmful. It was really negative. It set you back, but it was really what you thought was a good idea. So we have to start examining our own mind and our own thoughts and what we're inclined towards, because we can set ourselves so far back on a bad relationship, on a bad business dealing, on a bad job. It's really easy to do. So we have to be careful. They've been there. Self work. Correct. And I'm not doing that. Mammy is smart. It's a wisdom with the choice you make. Every choice has a consequence. Absolutely. But we are about to get into the main reaction. We're about to get into the Kendra G. Um, we're about to get into. Sorry, I just got a message. Some of y'all are crazy. That's all I'm gonna say. Some of y'all are wild. But we're about to get into the Kendra G. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna send it to Yellow real quick too. See, just in case I can't play it. Just in case I can't play. And thanks for the compliment. Yeah, my mom is smart, but she be wilding. I ain't gonna give her too much credit. She be wilding. She be acting up, acting up. She about to get put on punishment too. By the way, she about to get put on punishment. I'm seeing all these other like elders, especially they go to my mother's church, and I see them acting up, and they run together in like a little. They got a little crew together. I know they all acting up, y'all. They all acting up. These old folks are out here acting up, and not in a bad way, you know. But I sent you the video, Yella. I'm about to try to pull this up, and we are going to react to some Kendra G, because when I heard this lady, I was like, Kendra G, whiz, what is going on? What is going on? All right, so bam, let's see. No, Rain said, yeah, they do be acting up, quantum, in a bad way. Share this tab. Woo, all right, y'all. Let's see if this works. Let's see if this works.
Hello. Hi. How old are you, honey?
Yeah, Yellow might have to do it. Of course. Let me know when you get there. Yeah, yes, it's about to get crazy. Let me see if I can try to clear my cache again. If I get dropped out, it's because I cleared my cache. Mm. Yellow supremacy. Yeah, it's gonna be Kendra. All right, let me know when you got it, and I still gotta see if I can get this stuff cleared out. What's up, Ty Lieber? How you doing? Why not me up here? What they say? Not me forgetting how to clear my
Hi.
cache. I just
How
did it
old
2
are you,
days ago.
honey?
33.
Okay. Your name is Casey, right?
Yeah.
Clear browsing data.
Can you hear?
Yeah, I hear it.
Hello?
Hi.
How old are you, honey?
33.
Okay. Your name is Casey, right?
Yeah.
Casey, where you call me from, honey?
Denver.
Denver. How old? You told me 33. What live in?
I'm a database manager for a marketing agency in Atlanta.
Database manager. Okay. Casey, Denver.
I've literally sorry.
2 years? Took you 2 years to get on the
Yes.
show? So you started watching on Instagram?
Yes, I usually watch on Instagram, and I'm just like,
Took him 2 years to go your ass outside and find a man, but carry on.
oh, I was doing my nails, and I was like, let me just hop on Facebook right quick.
Yeah, this late night show helps you out, right? Okay. Casey, Denver, what's your zodiac sign?
Dawn Harden.
You have any children?
No.
No kids.
Casey is geek.
All right, so this is Casey, Denver, 33, Capricorn, database manager, no kids. What kind of man you looking for, boo?
Need that now.
So I believe in black love, so I want a black man, black children, a black family. I believe I have a lot to offer, so I want that to be given to a black man. So someone who is intellectually on my level, someone I can have a good conversation with. I feel like I struggle with someone to have a good intellectual conversation with, someone who is open-minded, who doesn't fit what a wife should expect you should look like in society. I am a bigger, I'm almost 6 feet tall.
You're 6 feet tall?
Yeah, I'm 5'11".
Okay.
And
it's international. I'm assuming you're black. Are you mixed?
I am. My mom's white, my dad's black, but
quick,
I identify as black. My success.
Is Kendra like a woman, Kevin Samuels? Y'all know I don't be online like that. She has a dating show. She's sliding because the people get on there are so crazy. She's starting to slide into a little bit of advice and feedback, but not like a full-on Kevin Samuels. Not like a full-on Kevin Samuels. The Cracker Congregation of Chat accepts her transfer application. Truth being weighted. She taller than me too. One fish, two fish, black, blue fish. Hanifa, hello Hanifa, I can't stand. Knick-knack, patty, whack, give a dog a bone. Yeah, she tall. She is on the KS spectrum, but she's not full. She's not a full KS. She's not a full KS, but she does. She's realized some of the inconsistencies between what people offer and what they ask for. The incongruence, the imbalance. She's noticed that and it started to push back on it a little. But that's only because she heard it for so long and it got so crazy. So she even picked up on the shifting tide of how crazy the talking points have gotten and what people are asking for, based on what they're offering to a relationship. But you can go ahead and play after you. He said, "I'm 5 tall. That's tall, nigga." Hey, listen. She looks taller than me too.
Black. Everything is black until my background is created equal. Like until all my family is created equal. Like and is black and
it's not. It's international. Black. I'm assuming you're black. Are you mixed?
I am. My mom's white, my dad's black, but
yellow.
Yeah, because I remember.
Get your people.
I hate these motherfuckers for real. I ain't gonna hold you. This ain't even what it's out.
Hey, what's the time at? I clear my cache. I'm gonna see if this works. What timestamp you at?
Rubbing off my bad internet.
So good. I cleared my cache. We're gonna see if mine work.
Uh,
Let's see. Hold up.
You have any
2
children?
minutes.
No kids.
2 minutes. Cool. Ooh, because it ain't my internet speed. That's why I can't figure out. Well, let's go back to yours. Dang, y'all. Technology.
Technology.
What is technology? We're on a good time, man.
You're 6 feet.
And yeah,
Okay.
and
It's not. It's your national. I'm assuming you're black. Are you mixed?
I
I
am.
know what I'm about to do.
My mom's white, my dad's black, but
Gotcha.
I identify as black. My successes are black. Everything is black until my background is created equal. Like until you know, all my family is created equal. Everything that is in my background is gonna be black.
Period.
Everything.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Period. Everything's gonna be black, man.
Until my background is created equal. You're mixed, bro. How the fuck is that going to be created equal? You're two different races. It can't be equal. You can't be all of one because you're both of both. I hate these type of mixed ass people. For real, for real. This what be blowing me, bro. This what be blowing. We be black to a detriment. I'ma say that shit. Plain as fucking day. We will be black to a hindrance.
Her shirt black too.
It ain't all. Trust me. I don't think you get that it ain't all that cracked up to be. For her in the nosebleed section with Presley, please. Please do. Please do.
All right, which one's my video? Let me cut that out. Bam. All right, so we should be good in a quick second. I just downloaded the
black,
video.
So.
Period. Positive about her is black. Okay. So what's your deal breakers, honey?
She said to her entire background. She talking. I know what she talking about. She talking whatever she talking about. It don't make sense. That's the trick to it. You can't rationalize something that don't make sense. How you gonna be mixed, but your background is gonna be created equal? No man is gonna be created equal. Nobody. Then we all just be one color. But y'all happy and proud of being black, so y'all wouldn't want to be all one color. So unless you want to stop being black, we all ain't gonna be able to be created equal.
You know, I don't like insecure men who are
27.
Okay, I see it.
Liars, manipulators, narcissists, kind of those tend to come my way. People who kind of sell you a dream in the beginning, and then over time they find out what you like, manipulate into thinking that they can offer that, and they really can't. So someone who they are, authentic, straight up front, right off the bat. So liars are deal breakers.
Okay.
People who are inauthentic are deal breakers. People who are ignorant in some ways, kind of keep themselves in a very small box, are deal breakers. Sometimes
small box, like the black box.
Cause some controversy, but
a very small box, like black, like very small box, like yeah.
But yeah, you know, hey, what do I know?
These people will.
I feel like I have white expectations for black men.
And here we go.
I feel like sometimes and this might cause some controversy, but
she knows how
expectations for black men.
Yeah, but she all about black though, right? All black everything, but she can openly acknowledge and say that at 33 years old, she understands that she has white expectations. But you can sit
Now
around
let's
2 years in the backstage of a stream, y'all, and get pulled up on. Go ahead.
just remember that she said white expectations. So now we have to know what a white expectation is. Let's find out what a white expectation is, shall we?
White expectations
for Black men. I kind of tell
tell me
myself,
now, break that down.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like, obviously, like, the world is not created equal in America, and
Right.
Sometimes I feel like the things that I really want in a partner, I struggle to find in a Black partner. You know, and maybe that is where I'm located. I live in Denver.
Okay.
It's predominantly white.
Lives in
I've
Denver.
lived here for 10
Pause
years.
real quick, Ellen.
But
so she's been living in a place that's predominantly white, looking for Black people. She's lived there for 10 years. Now, she admitted that, but it's still kind of weird that you're looking to find a very specific type of person. That, we're going to get into the dimensions of that. But she's looking for a Black person in a predominantly white area for 10 years is the first problem. Then she also knows that she has the obstacle to overcome of her having a greater stature than a lot of men. And she said, I'm not what most men are looking for in a wife physically. So if you have that obstacle for yourself, why would you also then expect to find that person in a smaller group, within an even smaller group in a mostly white area? Why not go to somewhere where there's a greater percentage of Black people, since you love Black people so much? I'm just a quick question.
Just
Before
in
we even
Denver,
get to what I'm just in Denver.
just in probably like this in like the top 4 to 5 whitest cities in America. We talking about Denver, where most of the Black people are on the Nuggets or the Broncos.
The high altitude.
That's 90% of Denver's Black population is the sports team. And that's why I was calling. I heard a little bit saying I'd take a quick phone call, but that's why I called out that shit initially. Because how are you sitting here and you even got the idea of saying that this is where you gonna lean into your white side now and try to justify all this shit? That shit
wow, my
dumb.
camera just flipped.
It just went like dumb.
Wow. Yeah. People get a little stupid. Did she choose to live there or her parents? She's been there 10 years. She's in her 30s.
She's 33.
Yeah. She's 33. She's been there 10 years. At that point, if it's really important to you and she's successful, move to where what you need is.
Why? They're good at wasting time. She just said she sat backstage on StreamYard for 2 years trying to get pulled up on Kendra G. If you're doing that for 2 years, guess what? How many opportunities you missed to take your successful ass outside and go find a man?
Mm-hmm. Opportunity. 10 years staying in a place where you can't find what you want. But let's continue, please. And if it starts to freeze up, I downloaded the video.
Of the things
so I got
that you expect from a Black man that you can't find, but you do find it in white men.
Yeah. Ones that can, carry themselves in a diverse settings, like, go out to a nice restaurant or like make mid 6 figures. They can go skiing one weekend. They can go to a club the next weekend. I tend to find men who only stay at home, never want to leave the house. Their idea of a date is going to Dave & Buster's, or they want to take me to Applebee's. I'm 33 years old. I have a career. I've owned a home for 8 years. I'm very established.
Then pay for the date you want. Then you can go ahead and take over the video because I'm gonna keep pausing every time. Just so the fuck what? If you want to date, nigga, I'm successful. I got money. Then take the fucking go on the date you want to go on in.
Mm-hmm.
Or realize that you can't get them niggas with the money that you want.
Yeah. But first,
You
my
got it.
first problem. My first problem is what she said is
Hi.
How old
a
are you,
6-figure.
honey?
Oh shoot, my fault.
33.
What time stamp are you at?
448.
448. Cool. Cool. We'll come back to that. But she says she wants mid six figures, which we all know mid six figures, because again, six figures starts at 100,000, ends at 999,999. That's six figures. Okay, 100,000 to 900,000, 999,999. That's six figures. So she said mid six figures. So she's talking about around 500,000. She's probably talking about between 350 and 700,000. So she wants somebody in the mid six figures. That's a lot of money. Most people don't make that annually. The overwhelming majority of people do not make that annually, independent of color. That's the top 1 to 5%, independent of color, independent of gender, independent of anything. You're in the top 5%. So, as a woman who says she's going to have a physical obstacle to overcome as far as even finding a mate, she's going to want the top 5% as far as income. He also has to want to be able to ski and club. He doesn't want to just, he has to be able to go to nice restaurants, which I'm cool with. You want a man that you can go to nice restaurants with, a guy that you can do activities with. That part makes perfect sense. But you want six figures. And then the things that she listed, now this is where I got the problem with the whole white expectations. This is where the problem came in for me. Applebee's and Dave and Buster's. Now, I don't often eat at Applebee's. If I were going on a date, I wouldn't take her to Applebee's. But you know what Applebee's is? It's a restaurant. And they serve food. So I've been to Applebee's multiple times. Anybody here, if we could just a quick test in the chat. If you've been to Applebee's, what was the color of the manager? What was the color of most of the wait staff? And what was the color of most of the people who were eating there? Were they all black?
Wahite.
Okay. So she doesn't want to eat at Applebee's because that's not white. Well, I will tell you, every time I've been to Applebee's, I've almost always been one of the few, if any, black people.
Bruh, for real.
So that's number one. So he also said Dave and Buster's. Has anybody gone to Dave and Buster's? Now, again, I don't know where everybody's city is. If you're in a predominantly black city, your experience is probably going to be different, which, like, she probably needs to understand that. If you're in a predominantly black city, you're going to see predominantly black people. But every time I've gone to Dave and Buster's, which I did when I was in my 20s, I did go on a double date at Dave and Buster's. Dave and Buster's staff and patrons were overwhelmingly white. Every time I went. And you said down there. So you're down south somewhere. So I would wonder what the composition of the racial composition of your city.
And I'll just say this. I'm not going to say that. No. Yeah, that's finna turn real evil. Never mind.
I mean, it's up to you. The top 5%. The top 5% of Denver households make $233K per year. So she's quite literally asking for the top 1% of men. I'm in Columbus, Ohio. I'm in the middle of Ohio, which I know somebody's going to have some joke about that mean that Ohio's a disaster and an apocalypse. It's not. Okay? It's not.
It's not where he stays. It's not his house. Everywhere else, though, all surrounding areas except for his residence,
all of y'all.
Absolutely fall on that. Absolutely.
Forget all of y'all. Listen. But again, I've been to Dave and Buster's. And it was cool. It was a good time. The drinks were expensive. The food was expensive. And by expensive, I meant you spending like $20 on a dish.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you spending like $15 on the drink. And again, that's mid-Ohio. So, I mean, I'm not talking about New York, LA, Vegas. I'm talking about the middle of Ohio. So Ohio is still viable? Man, forget you. I was born in Ohio, raised in the South. That's what's up. What's up, Mr.
Right.
He said in the building.
I'm with Brito. I ain't never seen the my bad. I'm finna say I'm with Brito. I ain't never seen the David Busters actually in the hood.
Yeah, I haven't either. I had to go out of my way to get the Dave and Buster's. They were in the suburbs. They
And
were
they
not in.
food
They
they
weren't
ain't
even in my
serving
city.
they
I had to
food
go
ain't like
outside the city limits.
see. I can say I know we probably got one in Chicago, but you know
Yes.
what I'm saying? That's like in the Wahite part of Chicago, like
Mm-hmm.
north side area,
Mm-hmm.
downtown. Like it's not one on the south side, west side, no shit like that. They
Yeah,
in the
man.
burbs and shit. I
It was a quick money pit. It was a quick money pit.
man, look, that's it sounds like physical activity. The part my like friend and
Oh, that's what
like
you meant about being evil.
you don't
Okay,
like
yeah, okay. I see what
she
you're
don't
doing.
like fun that encourages moving.
But it probably what got me, because what she's really talking about is class and money. She's talking about class and wealth, and a lot of times what I find is that people want to associate color with class and wealth, and there are some associations with that. I was listening to somebody recently, and they did say that color is a class. We can have that argument. My issue is that she's going to come on a public platform and say she can't find men of a certain socioeconomic level where she's at, where she knows they're not at. How can you then put all the black men as not meeting your expectations because you have white expectations? These are not white expectations. They're unreasonable and unrealistic and unfindable expectations. You're talking about the top 1% in the area that you're in, which means you're not even going to find a white man. You're not even going to find a white man that's doing that. To pick out one man out of a city that's probably close to 1 million people, I don't even know the exact number. I know my city's around 700,000, so I'm assuming Denver's a little bit larger. I'm assuming. It's an assumption. But even if it's like anywhere from 500 to 1 million people, where are you going to find that 1%? Where would she go? Would she be invited to that place? Would she be in the social clubs, in the social circles? Would she be at that, what do they call those things? The country club? Probably not. Median white
No,
household income is
'cause
68.3K per year. She literally wants the 1% of the 1%.
why she go online? Because that's what most people use online for. Most people use the internet not to actually learn new information, but
Mm-hmm.
confirm old bad habits. People just
Mm-hmm.
here for confirmation a lot of times. Because somebody in that chat is like, yes, girl. Yes, and that's the only one she focusing on. It could be a million no's, but that one yes girl is gonna keep her motivated to want to just get this validation. So that's why it's like, are you gonna be in a position? No, because she's not gonna go to the country club because guess what? That ain't black enough. She
Mm-hmm.
all black everything. Black on black on black, except for her white side and her white expectations. So she not
Mm-hmm.
even gonna put herself in a position to find somebody of like-minded status because she don't want to be around in that place. And then if you know you black on black on black, why are you talking about skiing as a fucking option? Knowing damn well black folks don't ski. It ain't a stereotype, it's a historical and scientific fact.
Man, the places where the men be at, these types of women don't really know about. They aren't in their proximity. They don't know how to find them. Because again, where she's looking for them at is Kendra G. She's looking for the top 1% of black men in the United States, in Denver, that skis and clubs and doesn't go to Dave and Buster's. She wants that man to be found on Kendra G.
Kendra G. She been waiting
This
2 years.
lady, like a lot of people, like the men and women that get on Kendra G, are largely incompetent. They can't think. They can't string two thoughts together. How are you going to find a woman or a man on Kendra G that meets the top 1% of criteria in the entire United States. You know what they're probably not doing to make mid six figures? They're probably not watching Kendra G to find a mate. I'm just guessing. I could be wrong. Y'all tell me if I'm wrong. Her 1% man is not watching Kendra G looking for love. I would bet that 1% man probably has a lot of people in his proximity that he has access to. He probably doesn't have to look for love on the internet. He probably doesn't have to pull up Kendra G dating singles on Facebook, IG, or YouTube.
Yeah.
Mandrell is a skier. Okay.
That's what popped me.
Okay. Scientific fact.
It
We got to
is.
be smarter than this, y'all. We got to be smarter than this right here. And quit demeaning other people in the midst of your ignorance. Quit blaming men, quit blaming women, quit blaming black people. It's not your white expectations. It's your stupid, your idiotic, it's your asinine expectations that you also cannot measure up to in reverse. You can't offer anything equal to what you're asking for of a man. Cut that mess out, please. And then don't shade black men while you're doing that. Please do not talk about you're putting white expectations on black men when white men can't live up to this. The top 1% of the 1% is what you're looking for. White
Right.
men aren't living up to this. Like, stop it. Get some help. Get some help. Country clubs, golf courses, networking seminars, things of that nature. Those men are not just hanging around. Nova's dedication to finding statistics. Nova is on it. Nova is AI.
Leah. We've figured out about a year ago that Nova is just a sophisticated algorithm who specializes in sarcasm, ignorance,
Mhm.
trolling, and being outrageously smart for some reason.
Yep.
So
Absolutely.
we love it.
Unlike this woman, who's not even outrageously smart, she's not adjacently smart, she's not potentially smart. There's nothing smart about getting online. First of all, demonizing your white side and embracing black. And then demonizing black because you want them to be white. This is about as mixed up of a mindset as you can get. It's not just the genetics that got all jumbled up, man. Her brain cells are all over the place. Von Eric in the building. That has come really far. Annoyingly intelligent. But look, I want to hear if Kendra gives her pushback because I didn't finish this video. I got triggered. I'm like, okay, black expectations of white expectations of black men. Got you. Wow, the population of Denver is 711,000. So if she can date 0.002%, 0.002% of people, there are only 14 people she could date, and they're likely taken.
And I bet
That
you, look, and to her, all 14 of them is sitting at home watching Kendra G right now.
right, waiting for her. Man, I've been waiting for a 6-foot woman that wants to go skiing and into the
I've
club.
been waiting
Mm,
for a girl like you to
I
click
need you.
on the link.
I
I've
need a
been
6-footer.
waiting for a girl like
I hate when
you.
the tragic. I hate when the tragic mulattoes come out of the trash.
Bro, Leah, get it though, like for real. Look at her, look at her avatar. It's just her avatar is on point. That look just like, like
Girl, I'm
fuck,
over it.
Lee.
Girl, I'm
Real,
over it.
bro.
So if she
I
can date
hate
y'all,
it.
then
I hate it, bro. God damn.
if we adjust for skiing, all the rest, I'm pretty sure that 14 number is 0. Exactly. It's insanity. But again, she's not the only person that thinks like this. This stuff is pervasive. This stuff is out here. And I know the argument is in real life, people settle for less. But you know what happens when they settle? They treat the person that they're
Like,
with like they settled. Because in the back of their mind, they want that person that they haven't found or that somebody else met, and then you see their relationship all over the internet. I wish my relationship was like that. No, we like to think that this stuff stays online, but this person goes out in the real life, and if she got with somebody just because they were around, she's going to treat them like they were just around. That's what we do. We're human. We're people. We're messy. We're messed up. Don't comment on my stats.
Yeah.
Mistake. Thank you.
Or it's
Oh,
like,
he made a mistake.
or it's like, or it's like they say they'll settle for less, but it's like, yeah, he can have this job, but he got to do more. That's if he doing more. It's like, then you're not selling for less. Then you know what I'm saying. You still got a higher expectation than, you know what I'm saying, than you think you do. It's like some people just want a rich nigga, and that's okay.
Yeah, just say that.
Yeah, like you want a rich nigga, just say that shit.
Yeah, most people settle. It's rare when someone actually ends up with everything that's on that list. It's really not. It's not likely. It's not likely for
Dude,
you to have,
for
because
real.
what you do when you're theorizing a person, you start handpicking all of the best traits that you want. Imagine somebody being born in a genetic lottery, just magically happening, all of the best traits that you would just happen to pick, which you're picking out of all of the people that you met. I want him to have a job like this person I know, a car like this person I know, height like this person I know, skin color like this person I know. You are handpicking and building a bear, building a boo in your mind. And then you're going to take that out to a market where everybody's randomized. Some of us have this temperament. Some of us have this complexion. Some of us this height. We can't build ourselves to your specifications. That's not likely that you're going to get everything like that. It's not probable. It's not likely. It's not probable. It's if you find somebody, a human being who you vibe with, who you get along with, who has the temperament and goal set and values that you do, man, you start to typically, if you're reasonable, decent human being, you start to overlook some of those things that aren't exactly what you wanted. Well, their hair length isn't what I wanted exactly, but man, that's such a cool person. The little things start to fall off if the big things are present. But unfortunately, a lot of us don't care about personality and character. A lot of us aren't looking for that. A lot of us are looking for a lot of that utility. Can
Yeah.
you fix this roof?
Right.
Most people that settle for just anybody end up unhappy, and the relationships typically don't last. Yeah, everybody gets miserable because somebody settled, and then they're gonna treat the other person like they settled. How many people do you know settled for something and then pretended successfully for years that they were happy? Like, come on, we got to be realistic about this stuff. Sure, most people date who's in their proximity, but if in their mind the entire time they're thinking about, but why can't we go skiing? That's gonna nag in the back of their mind, and it will bleed into the relationship. Y'all know it because y'all see it. Y'all see people in these relationships where they're chronically unhappy and comparing themselves to other situations, and why can't we do this like this? They're never happy. You're not satisfied. She's trying to biracial
That's
man.
most of the
Actually, what?
reason. My bad. I finna say that's most
Now
of
go
the
ahead.
reason why people. I finna say that's most of the reason why people in the situation they in now, because everything they want is based on something they seen in somebody else having. Like I get it, we 2,000 years into what we doing now. 2,000 some odd years into what we doing now. There's not really a original idea, but it's even more prevalent now that it's just a bunch of follow the leader type shit. Like I know I'm not an original, but I know I'm not. I know. I just know I'm not cut from this monkey see, monkey do ass cloth. Like there's one thing to learn, but I can't never be influenced by an influencer to do shit. Because I understood life before that. I was my own influence besides any other people in real life. But to sit up here and follow just off hashtags and videos and clips and shit like that, it get weird. So I know that was a little off brand, but
Nah, you good, bro. I'm gonna just play a little bit more because I want to see what Kendra pushes back because I didn't stick around to see exactly what I know. Cause I know she had to push back.
I have a career. I've owned a home for 8 years. I'm very established, and I want a man, not a boy. So
Oh boy, the
I
boy. Oh my
Sure.
God.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, because he doesn't make six figures and he doesn't
Wow.
do the activities that she likes. He's a boy. Man, I'm gonna tell y'all. This whole he's either boy or he's sassy, zesty, or that stuff, man. All this stuff, man. He's
Mm,
still a man. He's just not the man you want. You don't. If it's not what you want, it's okay to just leave it alone. You
for
don't have to
real,
shade it out the door. You don't
bro.
have to talk about black women when you're divesting. You don't have to talk about black people when you really want a white man. You don't have to. I promise you, it's not necessary. Nobody needs it. No man has to be called a boy simply because he doesn't want to ski with you.
And the
It's
worst
not.
part
It's
about and to me, that's what I say about this whole fucking race thing. Like her blackness should let her know that since you sitting here shading black men, because
mm-hmm.
that's your preference, to be sitting up calling no black man no boy. If you
Yeah, man.
understand, till my people get created equal. That's why when she was saying that shit, I was like, nah, fuck all that stupid shit.
Yes, Anifa. Yes, she gets a shout out her contact information at the end, and all the men who are interested get to hit her inbox. Men don't get the financial momentum until later. So if you want a young rich man, you want an athlete or entertainer, they were to 25, and yeah, that was a shot. They used to do that. Guess gamers are out. She hating on Dave and Buster's. Yeah, can't be a gamer. She think it's childish. He's a boy. Rashawn missed six figures. It's got to be said. 100K versus 400K is the difference between a clever plumber and a literal president of the U.S. Yeah, man. Danny Anthony in the building for real, man. Appreciate you coming through. Justice for Dave and Buster's.
Right.
Skiing is dangerous. Real men ski. Yeah, man. Real men ski. Boy, that was racist. Oh, yeah, coming from that other side. Which side? Which side of her did that boy come from?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Oh
All
shoot.
this, I'm black and my dad black and this, that, and that. Fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm. She don't love Dave and Buster's. You can't take her to Dave and Buster's or Applebee's because you're a boy. You're a
Well,
boy, and only
she's my bad, my bad.
not only black people do that. White people, no, white expectations. I expect you to be better than that. If you're a full grown man, I expect better of you. And I think only white people don't go to Dave and Buster's. But again, Dave and Buster's. When I go to Dave and Buster's and when I go to Applebee's, it's been a minute for either one. It's been white people. But go ahead, bro.
No, I'm good.
I find really immature black men
Whew.
that I'm kind of, when I was younger, I wanted to help those men build up. I want to support them, get where they wanted to be. But there's only so far your partner can do that. They need to do that by themselves. And so, yeah.
Okay, let
you
me
need a
just jump
really
in.
ambitious,
I wanna
independent
say
man
this.
to get himself there
Right.
in his kind of.
I want to say this definitely, but you are right. There's not a lot of. I mean, there are men though. Let me be clear. There are black men that ski.
For sure.
Black men that go to.
There are men. Yes.
Yeah. Black men that go to
and I feel like they don't like women like me. Maybe I struggle with that. Let me preface by saying I'm a plus size woman. I'm tall. I'm very outspoken. I don't fit into the box where society's like, this is what your wife should look like, and this is.
You don't say.
And she's very outspoken. Like, is it possible that you might be needing to make a change? Is it possible?
Wait a minute, hold on. Notice that when she said women like me, she started to give all her physical attributes.
Yeah.
Guess one she not gonna give is her fucking brain. What's coming out her mouth? What she's physically saying. It's got to be how she look, her appearance. She tall, she a big. They want to put. She wants to make her appearance unlikable, so she could try to pull all the people that she feel like. Right. Because I ain't even hear the size. The first thing she said when she said women like her is like your attitude. Your attitude.
Man.
Most women be attractive as fuck. Just be like having that's That's the same analogy I made yesterday with the cooch at the top of the tower being protected. Most cooch is good, but it's the overseer, it's the dragon at the bottom of the tower protecting it that makes it not viable. I'm not finna fight that dragon to get that cooch. What the hell? You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? It's like the Rapunzel at the top of the tower. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? The damsel in distress. So this is like you could be an amazing woman if you change your attitude. Make that
Well,
change. Gotta make that
make that
change.
change, man. Make that
Come on,
change. I'm
man.
gonna tell you, I'm with Danique. I hate hearing that term handle me. Everything that needs to be handled requires a level of patience and obedience and training. I'm gonna tell you what else you have to handle, man. You handle baggage. Baggage is handled. You know what else is handled? Doors. Doors have handles. You have to handle a door because you enter and exit it. You don't stick with something typically that has a handle. Things that have handles have to be are used. Like what is it? Agents in the field, they have handlers. Handler, you don't stick with the handler. The handler passes you on to your assignment. No, you don't want to be handled. You handle yourself. You handle yourself. Nobody else should have to handle you because if they're handling you, they're just moving you on to some other task. That's not somebody that sticks with you. So if you need to be handled, you're probably just bringing a lot of baggage. You
You know
attract
what
what you
else got to
focus on.
be handled?
What else got to be handled?
Wild animals.
Wild animals got to be handled. And no, you don't just stay with wild animals. You deal with them, cage them, trap and release. You attract what you focus on. She doesn't have that kind of man. It's because she's not focused on that kind of. Tristan, Apex. She can't focus on a man that don't exist. How you focus on something that's never been made? She wants the top 1% of men. Top 1% that will also be interested in her despite her outspokenness and her physical stature and is interested in what she's interested in. That means a rich man can't go to Dave and Buster's because he's a boy. He might like video games. I mean, man.
God, dude, God forbid she run into a black dude. God forbid she run into a black dude who work in the gaming industry who make like
Man.
300K.
Yeah.
She would pass on him? You think she'd pass on him?
She probably wouldn't because she's more concerned about the money. The other stuff is ancillary. The other stuff is extra.
Exactly.
She really just cares about the
Exactly.
money.
Exactly. And that's
Bikes
the
have
that's the,
handles.
that's the truth about it all.
You ride the bike and then you get off of it.
You put that bitch in the house.
Yeah. Toxic waste. Toxic waste is handled. You dump it. You
Dump
dump it. Man, no closed doors homes. Explosive materials.
No.
Yeah. You got to put them away safely. She needs to be
The
put
worst.
away
Yeah.
safely.
Yeah.
Why are you such a difficult person that someone has to handle you? Sounds like a lack of discipline. Absolutely.
I
Almost all the
mean,
time.
mm,
All the time.
hey. Let me.
And Apex, she didn't say 200K at first. She said mid. She said mid six figures. 200K is not mid six figures. Now she might have said 200K after that. I quit paying attention to numbers after that. What up, man? Drill. Love handles anonymous, boy. She knows what the man she wants actually wants, and she knows she's not it. Ooh, but let's see.
How your wife should act. So, yeah.
Let
Doesn't
me
act
ask
like a
you this,
wife.
even with being a plus size, do you feel
Wants to
like
be one.
when it comes to Caucasian men, you have an issue with finding that guy that fits all those categories, or just
you
with
still
black
single?
men?
I do not date white men.
Oh, you don't even.
Oh.
So it's not even an option.
No, I've never dated white men. I will not date white men.
So she has never dated a white man, will not date a white man, but is putting white expectations on black men. I need that to make some sense.
You want to know why this kind of tapping into a theory that I had, and
Okay, hit me.
this might go left, but
Okay.
I just believe a lot of black women really want the white woman luxury. They don't want the white man, but they want white woman luxury. They want white woman comfort.
Absolutely.
And they keep blaming black men on why they can't be white women.
I've heard that specifically. I've heard that specifically.
That's where you get this kind of idea of soft life and this extravagant ass need for luxury and comfort and wealth and all this other shit. It
Hmm.
just really sounds like they want white woman comfort.
Hmm. White woman cover with a black face on it, and I get it. I get wanting everything because that's the same argument from like white supremacy, like integration. Y'all just want what the white men have. And then I've heard like, because I can't remember. There were two conversations. There were two conversations that specifically let me know that people were talking about. I'm trying to remember exactly how they phrased it, but they were talking about black men need to overthrow the patriarchy, and I'm like, do you understand that to overpower like white supremacy, the patriarchy would require a level of calculation, planning, and brutality that supersedes what subjugated this country. So you would get like patriarchy super because we're also such a small percentage of the population. For like 10 to 15% of black people to then dominate a superior force would require something we've never seen. So you're asking for that to then also be your life and love mate. That doesn't make any sense. If what you're saying white supremacy is doing to you, black men and black women, what will the black men who can overpower white supremacy do? It's not going to be pretty because even under white supremacy, you complained about how violent and predatory and physical abuse and this, that, and the other, financial domination and this, that, and the other. It's not going to be pretty. So you're not going to have dominant men stop being dominant all of a sudden, especially if they have to employ brutal means to live their life. That's not practical. It's not logical. Like follow the logic, man. Think for once in your life. For once in your life, use your brain. I don't know where this stuff comes from. I want a man that probably can't exist here in Denver. I've been here 10 years looking for a man that doesn't want me but doesn't also exist. I'm looking for something that doesn't exist. Why? Why would you look for that for 10 years? And then why would you look for it in the one place that he'd never be? He'd never be on Kendra G singles. He'd never be there. The chance of you finding the man that you're talking about on Kendra G singles, man, you might as well just keep playing the lottery. You're more likely to hit the lotto and just be rich yourself, and then you can deal with anybody, which we know you won't. But anyway,
You know what? You know what a man she looking for at? Smashing some chick right now. That's what a man she looking for at.
man,
Definitely not
man,
sitting up on Kendra G
not
in the
watching
middle
Kendra
of the
G,
night
man.
watching Kendra G. He is somewhere smashing something right now.
If this guy, I'm gonna tell you, if this guy happens to be watching Kendra G, this is the circumstances. He's dating a 20 something, and she's showing him this video, and she's like, "Look, babe, she wants to be with you," and they're laughing at her, and they're laughing at her. That's the only way he's watching this video. His date's like, "Look, babe, she's talking about you. You're mid six figures in Denver. You ski. She wants you," and they're laughing. They're the entertainment. Like, that's crazy,
Oh
man.
shit! Hell
Over
no.
90% of the dating pool, you're seeking a wife to get the man she wants. She wants a white man, but she doesn't want it to be a white man because she's got an issue with white. She's got that self hate thing. She's got her white side. Her white side is just racking her brain. Don't make the cut. White woman comfort. But yeah, self sabotaging. Disney, yeah, buddy. Spirit spouse. Yeah, I think you Nate. He's out smashing right now around the clock.
See,
Or he's working. He makes mid six figures. He makes mid six figures. He's probably busy.
he busy
Oh my
doing
God.
something. He busy doing
Something.
something, bro.
He's doing
Making
something.
cash, clapping cheeks, not
Man,
watch anything other than the watching this.
it's crazy. That is crazy. But almost a year of watching Kendra G. It's about 2 DMs max.
Dude, two
Oh
years.
shoot,
I'm
2 years,
not gonna.
man.
I can't get over that. You
Mm-hmm.
spent 2 years on sitting in the back of a stream yard link, or sitting waiting to press get picked up on Facebook. You
Mm-hmm.
basically you probably chasing Kendra around from her panels, her
Man,
platform, bro. That's what I'm saying. It's like the effort that women will put in to accomplish every other goal instead of making something work with a man is atrocious.
astronomical,
Is
astronomical.
it's gargantuan.
And we're gonna have to speak about that at some point, man, because there is something so anti-male in this culture where everything has value except for the man that you're pairing with. Like when you hear people talk, and I know everybody likes to say, man, what we're saying is one thing, but what we're doing is another. We keep hearing about all of the sexless marriages and the marriages where, where he doesn't have money, she leave. No, this is a pervasive ideology. Men do not have value except their utility. If their utility disappears for a long enough period of time, the woman is gone. Like, what is the point of having, like, the words like loyalty, commitment, vows? None of that means anything if people are leaving.
Shit.
And yes, I know somebody in the chat's gonna say men leave too. Absolutely. Anything I'm saying applies to all genders because we're all trash at this point. The culture makes us trash because we don't look at each other as humans. We look at each other as something that solves us a quick problem. I need you. I need sex. I think I'm gonna marry you because I want somebody that's I'm gonna get somebody that's slightly religious. That way I know you're not out here having sex with other people. So you know what I'm saying? I really see so many people doing that. I've heard people admit to that. They got married because they wanted a source of sex. They didn't even care about the person, but it was somebody that was willing to marry them because they were attracted to him. This the stuff we're doing is crazy, yo. The stuff we're doing is crazy. He gonna be gone. Men who make that much work a lot. Just get a loyal dog. That's being nice to a man. Now that's weird. They really don't. That's because of the algorithm we're in. It is insular, where we're seeing these gender wars when actually reality issues at the bottom. No, no. See, this is what I'm talking about. Trisha,
Right,
I'm gonna
right.
use you because I know you
Yeah.
can take it.
Go ahead.
If you look out at society, it's not just the 1%. Most relationships are failing. And you know that because most marriages are failing. And failing, I mean ending in an abrupt time period. I know we like to use the soft language of it was a successful marriage because it happened. You can take a moral victory from a marriage that ended in 1 year, 3 year, 5 years, 7 years, 9 years. But when most of these marriages are ending ugly and the kids are traumatized and there's some kind of custody battle or financial battle, and that's like a lot of these divorces, at least 20 to 30% are ended ugly. But more than 50% of the marriages are ending. And those are the marriages. Most people aren't even getting married. Most relationships are unsuccessful, just like most businesses are unsuccessful. We have to be able to admit that it's not 1% that are having these issues. The gender war that we're seeing art imitates life. The 1% is indicative of the other 99%. We're seeing celebrities removing themselves from the life subscription. Like, we're seeing people with money. We're seeing people with status. We're seeing people with power. We have a culture problem. There is no 1%. There is no 5%. There is no 10%. Everybody's dealing with it because nobody feels safe. Nobody. And I'm nobody's an absolute. I'm trying. Let me be more careful with my language. Most Americans, and the proof is in the pudding, are not content, are not happy, do not feel secure, do not trust the systems and institutions that the country is the backbone is. We have to be able to admit that this is not a 1% problem. Our government, you can tell the politicians don't believe in the government that they are a part of. The celebrities are all attacking the government. So again, this isn't even just a poor people thing. Not even just a poor people thing. It's not a black people thing. White people are killing people storming the Capitol. A cop was killed by other white people. White cop killed by other white people. It's not just us. It's not just black people. It's not just poor people. It's not just women. Everybody's suffering. I know that I want to play that meme. The black community is suffering. I want to play that, but I'm not. People are down bad right now. People are not. It's not a good space that we're in mentally, and we're resolving those issues with coping mechanisms that are not healthy. We're using other people, we're using drugs, we're using sex, we're using anything we can to like put something on that wound that we're carrying, and we got to be able to admit it to address it. If we can't admit it, we can never address it. We can never fix it. Men equal utilities. Now that is interesting. So then the woman is the utility company. So if she's not paid, then she's the utility company. Here's Tribe Media Group in the building. Hello, hello. Wealth does not heal the inner child. Absolutely. There's actually people out here that are couples and are still getting together. YouTube exaggerate issues. Yes, and that's what I'm saying, Mills. But this is that positive, that toxic optimism, super positivity. Yes, people are still getting together, and they're also still getting divorced. Yes, people are still getting together, and they're getting divorced at over greater than 50% are still getting divorced. Can we admit to that? Can we admit that more than 50% of people are getting divorced? Can we admit
Okay, so
that most people don't even get to the marriage? Most people's relationships long term break up before they even get to marriage. Can we admit that there's a negative aspect to relationships? Can we admit that at all? Or am I tripping?
no, you tripping. You tripping
Okay.
because we on YouTube. We exaggerating stuff. None of this stuff is actually happening in real life. So
Got
essentially,
you.
what we're doing is just reacting to nothing. We're basically here
Got you.
wasting our time. You know what
This
I'm
is she
saying?
said in the
Because
building.
that's kind of what it is. Because none of our ideas could have existed before YouTube because we both over 35. None of our experiences could correlate with these type of talking points. We couldn't have seen this happen before YouTube existed. None of us, none of when did YouTube come out? 2005. All of us are 18
Mm-hmm.
years old. None of this is ever experienced. We've never experienced none of this before YouTube. None of these things has been said, have ever been said that. No matter how much all these conversations reach back to all the problems of the old days, that they correlate to these days, how no matter how much we try to reach back and make patriarchy the reason why men exist, you know what I'm saying? The reason why men are who they are, we can understand that that correlation was before YouTube. But no, when it comes to relationship issues and how women think and how women act, God forbid we be actually talking about something that's actually going on. No, we just scooping off the bottom of the barrel. We just scooping off the bottom of the barrel now. Yep. We just reaching to the bottom to come up with anything that we can just to make a point about something. Now, I ain't got nothing to do with lived experience or none of that shit. Okay, well, good. That's awesome that you haven't had a chance to experience that. And that's kind of what we talk about a lot of times. If you only gonna live and see things from your perspective, you need not participate with people then. Because that's one sided objective shit is probably why we in the position where we at as a culture. Cool, you haven't experienced that. I guarantee you it's infinitely more times people who have experienced the things that we talking about that you haven't. So unless you're ready to open up your mind and really learn about other people's experience, then you just as shut off as you want to claim the other people out.
The age bracket is a thing, and I get that, M Mills. I get that. I know you haven't experienced it, and that doesn't mean they're staying divorced. But people that their second marriages, each subsequent marriage has a less chance of staying together. Like these things are real. People struggle with relationships, and I'm just saying we have to be able to admit that people struggle. A lot of us though live in a bubble where everything's good, and they call that, what is that? Just world fallacy. Like I'm doing good, everybody should be able to do good. Anybody that's not, is something about them. I get that. But we're living in a world where most of us, if we turned on the nightly news, M Mills, Apex, I need you to turn on the news in your area and tell me that the world looks okay. I need you to talk to the people in your community. not just the people that you spend your time around, because you probably curated a lifestyle and a set of friends and family that you speak to that's very specific. You you may not speak to people of different socioeconomic levels. Go out and look. Go to a community center. Go to a PTA meeting. Look at who's showing up. Look at who's not. Look at what the people are, what the teachers are saying the problems are with the students. Talk to the teachers because they're seeing this stuff firsthand. They're seeing the results of the family dynamics being shattered. They're dealing with it. They're trying to raise the children that the broken homes can't. This stuff is real. If our education system could not be, our educational system could not be as poor as it is if families were stable, because you wouldn't need the school to do much because the families could provide the teaching and the structure. What's up, Chris Classic? Many struggled, but also many persevered in life, relationships. And again, Take It Home podcast. Here's the same thing. If it's going to be a thing where, some people fail, some people succeed, then there's nothing to be said or done. Then there's nothing to be said or done. I'm not saying everything is perfect, but it's also not as jacked up as everyone complains about. Well, and again, that just gets to a point in Mills and Take It Home and Apex. If it's a thing where, well, some people have it good, some people have it bad. That's a hand washing. And that means there's nothing to be said or done. And it's okay how it is. Just throw my hands up. But if there's a problem that needs to be addressed, we could actually start to work to address it. But if this is the way it's supposed to be, broke clocks twice a day. Sometimes it's right, sometimes it's wrong. That's cool. But for me, I can't adopt that mentality because through the lens of history, I see through statistics that family structures have been degrading over time. I was impacted by broken family structures. Everybody around me was impacted by broken family structures. Even the marriages that stayed together had broken dynamics, had some levels of abuse, infidelity. That stuff harms people. And if we're going to address it, yeah, okay. Some of us have just had to push through life to survive. Survival, because we didn't have the luxury to sit and focus on it. Absolutely, M. Mills. And that's also been a generational problem. Some people did not have the room to breathe enough to address any of the issues that their families faced. That's going on today. Some people are having to work 2 and 3 jobs and don't get to spend time with their children. All of these things are connected. All of this stuff is connected. Because some people have to survive, they have no way to make sure that they have the quality of life that most people enjoy their lives with. That's why we're seeing the broken families. That's why we're seeing the violence and the suicide rate spike. That's why we're seeing the dependence on chemicals, alcohol on the rise, consumer debt on the rise. Most people cannot afford to live, cannot afford to pay attention. And anytime that we do have the attention, we're entertaining ourselves to cope. This stuff is all connected and it's all important. Would this be an issue if everyone were financially sufficient enough to take care of themselves? It feels like a monetary issue. Possibly.
No.
Possibly.
No, because it's the whole understanding of more money, more problems. If we all had money, then we generate problems. If money solved everything, then rich people wouldn't have the problems that they have. Rich people wouldn't be deleting themselves. Rich people wouldn't be getting divorced. People wouldn't be graduating their marriages. That's the problem. We solely focus on money like money ain't the obvious thing to get in life. There's oxygen in money. Do we do panels about reminding people to breathe? Rashawn, you ever did a 6-hour panel about the topic of reminding people to breathe?
I got one scheduled for later.
Okay, cool. Because it's about just as important. It's about just as important as us constantly talking about money all the fucking time. That's why we ain't getting nowhere as a people, because we want to keep talking about the obvious. But cool. Look at it as a luxury for the people who want to take care of the shit that you really just don't give a fuck about. You look at it as a luxury to give a fuck about the things that you don't give a fuck about. It's bigger than you. So if you want to sit in your room and worry about everybody else is not surviving and all that other shit, or don't. But at the same time, if you not gonna do it, if you not trying to sit here and fix the issues that's going on, or even really have a sufficient opinion towards it, then you becoming more or less the problem. There's obstacles and roadblocks. If you're gonna stand in the way because you don't want to fucking understand something, then that's a problem. You short-sighted. We short-sighted about a lot of shit. Because as soon as there's an issue to worry about, you would not. As soon as there's an issue that you would want to worry about, like black men, like black people getting killed in the street. Hey, look, it's other shit. When people have to survive, niggas die every day. B.
I heard that one in a minute.
Let people start approaching it like that.
Die every day.
Niggas die every day. B. Let people start approaching situations like that, and you're gonna be in the uproar. And people just had to survive. We ain't worried about that. People, hold on. What was the comment?
That's facts.
What was the comment? People just had to survive. You know what I'm saying? I ain't had a luxury to sit back and focus on that. Oh, that's a luxury then.
It's a lot of people.
Okay, cool. Let's not worry about that then. It's a luxury to worry about shit like that. It's a luxury to worry about people's mental health. It's a luxury to worry about people who tired of getting fucking treated like shit. Let's not worry about them. Just when you become one of them, remember we're not gonna worry about you neither.
See, I make room for both. I get it because my mother was a survival person. My mother didn't have room to breathe. My mother was a push through and persevere through stuff I would not have. I would have shut down. I would have tapped out. But she pushed through and persevered. I know lots of people. My grandmother pushed through and persevered. A lot of the black women in the black communities, when we talk about this, a lot of black women push through and persevere. I guess that's the only way they know to get through some of this stuff. Yeah. I'm doing good to worry about my own mental. Absolutely. So I do get that. And again, if it's not your thing, if it's not your lane, if it's not what you have the room or capacity for, that's cool. That's your life. Nobody can make you care about anything else, or nobody can give you the room to care about anything else. But for those of us that do care and have the room for it, that's what we have to. That's what we feel compelled to do. That's what we're going to do. What fixes the issue is the first thing, Apex, is just somebody's going to have to hear ideas that are different from the ones that got them into the situations that they're in. We're going to have exposure to other ideas and thoughts. You're going to have to know that there's a different level of living other than survival. You'll have to know that that's possible. You'll have to hear about it. You'll have to see it. You'll have to become curious. What does that mean? What does that look like? What does that... I'll be able to stop and pause and breathe for a second. I won't have to run straight from one job to the next There's a life that looks like that. How can I get there? That's the first step. The same way you talked about me and the thing about OBS. There's me here. There's OBS there. And there's a gulf between us. That gulf is knowledge and exposure. I haven't dove into it. I haven't made the time for it because I'm surviving with StreamYard. I'm surviving. I'm maintaining with StreamYard. I'm maintaining. It keeps me going. I can get what I need through StreamYard. And yes, you've told me that OBS is a superior function. I could get more done with OBS. I could personalize it more. I get that. But I've been surviving. And as long as I'm okay surviving until I desire more for what I'm trying to put out, I'm going to stay where I'm at. And if people stay where they're at, and where they're at is unhappy, and where they're at is dissatisfied, it's going to be a problem, because when we're unhappy and dissatisfied, we do things. We don't just sit on those feelings. We become threats to other people. We become threats to ourselves. We quit caring. We'll trash things because we don't care or respect about them, because we don't care or respect about ourselves, because we're unhappy and dissatisfied for prolonged periods of time. The answer is do the work. People are not always going to give you the answers. Same here. The older people were pushing through life, and they did it the best way they could. Yet the impact is still felt. You felt the impact of people who survived and were not happy. And we're not happy. Everybody talks about I don't want to be my grandparents. I don't want to be my parents. I don't want to work for 30 years for a company that doesn't appreciate me. And at the end, I get nothing. And come like 10 more years later, they're trying to steal my pension. We don't want what they had. We want something new. What does something new look like? We don't know. We just know we don't want what the old way was. I don't hear her saying she doesn't care. I hear her saying her experience has been different. That doesn't necessarily equate to indifference. Okay, that's cool. I've learned in order to not become overwhelmed, I can't focus on everything. I'm a woman, not a man. So no, I can't take on everybody's issues. Yeah, and I would say even on that, even a man can't take on everybody's issues. That's just nobody has the capacity to take on everybody's issues. Men are not special. We're just humans. We're not different. We're just humans. Either a man or a woman takes on other people's issues because they have the room or ability, or they don't. And that's just what it is. That's not a good or a bad. That's just what it is. Either you have the room to take on something else, or you don't. And that's all it is. That might be the problem. The vessel's not good enough. They were needed to do better every day and continue to strive, not just maintain a child. Doing the work is vital. People rather blame than look in the mirror. It's easier to go on Kendra G and act like a victim than do the work. At the end of the comments, man, Drell, what is up, my guy?
What's up, man? I got a question, because I hear this word all the time, this phrase all the time. But the only thing I don't like about it is no one explains what the work is. People say, "Do the work. You got to do the work." What work?
That's a good
question.
Work?
I think you know what I mean.
Talked about it.
Yeah, people say that all the time. You got to do the work. What work? People don't know what work they need to be doing. They don't know where to go. They know they need to do something. They just don't know what it is. Now, in this woman's case, I didn't hear everything that was said in this conversation with her, but I heard mid six figures. I'm like, do you have any idea? Some people best ain't good at all. That's true. That's true, Mr. He said. But Mr. Harris, the thing is, some people do their best, but they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what direction to go in. They just know they need to do something. So when people say do the work, that's not helping them. Mm-hmm. You know, like this one, like take this one for instance, right? You can tell her do the work. She's still going to be just as confused and lost as she is now. Now, if you told her, okay, number one, start by losing 30 pounds. Eat right, work out, lose 30 pounds. Okay. And after you lose the 30 pounds, see what you look like there. And if you need to lose like 10 or 15 more, however whatever the case may be, go from there. Just start with by you losing 30 pounds. That's going to be difficult enough for her. Can't tell her, lose 100 pounds. No, wait. You know what I mean? So just give people a short-term goals. Like say, okay, go get an associate's degree in mechanical engineering or software development. Tell people what to do. They need to be told what to do. For the most part, most people do. Mm-hmm. You know, like this woman says she wants a guy who makes mid six figures. she has to understand. She and a lot of other women do. Guys who make that kind of money. Here's what Kevin Samuels was correct. They want something too. Yeah, they want a certain type of woman too, and it's typically not a woman who's plus size. Typically, that's not in every single case, but you have to look at the odds. If people are making six figures, that puts them in the 1%, right? Okay, now of that 1%, the minority of guys will date a plus size woman. Now, once you date that woman, you have to see if the two of you are compatible. You have a lot going on, so you have a lot to consider here. And a woman and women on these panels and on shows like Kendra G's show, they don't seem to be taking that into consideration. Like they're not thinking this all the way through. From my perspective, from my point of view, they're not thinking this whole thing through. Like people think I'm extremely picky. No. And when it comes to dating, I don't think anyone should be super picky. You know what I mean? Like you got some people with a long list. If you come with that long list, I guarantee you haven't thought about the most important things. The most important things aren't in that list. That's just stuff you want out of a person. So I'll say this as far as doing work, people. Is that person going to be loyal? Is that person willing to commit to you? You know, are they is that person's values in the same lane as yours? You know what I'm saying? So those are things I think people should look at. And there you have it, people. I've given you something to do. So do that work. Do that work. And go from there. I mean, you have to. When I hear women say stuff like this, it sounds silly. I'm like, okay, you know, what is she gonna, you know, how is she in a relationship? How does she view marriage? How does she view relationships? I mean, no one's speaking about that. So when guys who do make that kind of money watch this show, watch Kendra G's show, they're looking at it like, okay, they're not impressed with women like that. Like at all. Like the rhetoric this woman's saying is unappealing because she already has a financial standard. And guys who make that kind of money and they're single, they're already going to have an issue trusting you. You know what I'm saying? Because you weren't there when that guy was on his way up making that money. Now that he's there, how does he know you're not going to leave him when times get tough? If his business goes under, if he loses his job, how does he know you're still going to be around? He doesn't. So that's something you're going to have to, that's a level of trust you're going to have to do the work to build with him, ladies. And understand that's an absolute must. That's not negotiable.
Real quick, man, to address Apex's question. The problem with trying to specify what the work is and how it needs to get done is that we all have very specific and different work that is set up by our history. So the type of work I need is not the exact same work she needs. So saying do the work has to be generalized to do the work because you need to figure it out for yourself. Your particular path is going to be totally distinct and dissimilar from everybody else. And the timetable that it takes is going to be different based upon your background, your experiences, your particular trauma, your particular inclinations. One of her first problems is that she's making excuses that limit how a lot of us, not just her, we excuse and rationalize things that would allow us to see ourselves clearly enough to do some work. But like she said, I can't find guys because of my size. And like Bree has consistently said, this isn't just a surface problem. She completely went over the fact that she said that she was like a handful. She needed to be handled. She's not the type of woman. She doesn't have the temperament of a typical wife, but she's looking to be a wife. She didn't talk about that's something that needs to be addressed, but she didn't say it as something she wanted to address. She admitted that her size was something that would prevent her from being looked at by a lot of people. Well, that's also something that could be addressed. She knows that these are things that are keeping her away from the type of people that she wants. But she's not even willing to address those, because a lot of times what we'll do is we'll make those positives, or we'll make justifications or say stuff like, well, they should take me as I am. Or if you can't accept me at my worst, then you don't get me at my best. We start excusing or magnifying or making it a virtue. And those are the type of things that you can't tell somebody, because they're not going to listen to you. If you say you need to work on that, they're not going to hear you, because they think it's good. So you just have to keep talking long enough for something to strike a chord with somebody. What is up, 100 watts?
Yeah, and I think you just pointed. Pardon me, Yellow, but you just pointed out things like it's like I said, guys who make that kind of money and higher, again, they're looking for things for women too, and having to handle a woman is not one of them. Like, I mean, because it's like you guys said earlier, if you're making that kind of money, you're busy. Take it from me. Believe me, you're busy. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And dealing with that kind of, because once that guy is done working, he just wants to enjoy your company. He doesn't want to argue. He doesn't want to fight. He wants to enjoy your company. You know, he wants to have fun with you and do fun things. He don't want to have to handle you. He doesn't want to have to like tell you, okay, don't treat me this way or don't talk to me that way. You know, because he's probably not going to talk to you that way. He don't want to if he cares about you, you know. And then her weight, that's the easiest thing she can do. That it literally is. She could do cardio three days a week and see results in a month. You know what I'm saying? And eating right, it doesn't mean you give away flavorful food or good tasting food. So the easiest thing that she can do, well, one of the easiest things she can do, she's not willing to do that because she hasn't started it yet. And so my thing is, she wants things, but she's not willing to do what it takes to go and get them. If you want to do a bachelor's degree, you have to attend university. You know, if you want a certain type of job, you have to go to university to get a certain type of credential and qualifications. You want a driver's license? You got to take a test and learn how to drive. Everything you want in life, you have to do something to get it. You want to breathe? You have to inhale and exhale. You know what I'm saying? So it's like everything you do you have to do something for it. So, and it's like, you're right. You have to personalize as far as what the work is specifically.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why I think these conversations need to go in that direction, but we're not having that conversation. You know what I mean? It's because things like that get very personal, and some people are uncomfortable with that.
There.
And I think they're going the wrong way. In my opinion, you're going the wrong way when you do that. You do need to get personal if you want to see results. The conversation has to be at least a little personal. Doesn't have to be your whole life story. You don't have to get into the weeds with it. That's what a therapist is for. But in order for Kendra to help people, she does have to get a little bit more personal. Like you just said, she says she's a woman who needs to be handled. Personally, I'm not dealing with that at all. Yella, I seriously, well, I know for a fact he ain't dealing with that. Nah. Arshawn, you neither. You know what I'm saying? So you have three different men sitting here, different tax brackets, I take it. But here we are at the same thing with the same conclusion. We're not dealing with a woman we have to handle. You're an adult. I shouldn't have to handle you. I can point you in the right direction as far as how to treat me, you know, but handle you, I'm not doing that. Why?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
and this goes back to what I was saying with the broken homes. Because in a proper home, you would learn to handle yourself. And sometimes I'm talking about myself too. So again, I'm not preaching down at anybody. I'm in the population of people that I'm always talking about. I'm in the population of people that needs to do the work and is working on themselves. What you would learn in an appropriate home, a functioning home, would be how to handle yourself and also how to handle your business. So let me see. Hold up. I was hoping y'all would get the answer, and Rashawn was almost there, and he didn't say it. But my lunch is over, and the answer for the work for anything in the world is introspection. See, the problem with that, Apex, we don't have to use the word that you say because everybody said that. We don't have to use the exact word that you want to hear.
And that's
Right.
why the
We've
work
all
I never.
we've all
That's why the
said
work
if you
will
look
never
at
get done.
yourself.
That's
Right.
why the work will never get done universally, because all the teachers want to half teach, and all the people who's supposed to be leaders want to half lead. But then they want to tell you you got to do the work and figure it out for yourself. But the answer is this: you got to do this very specific thing, but you got to figure it out for yourself. And that's it, bro. Okay, like so. We just we're never
Right.
going to get to the point of us actually having a solution, because it's like you know what I'm saying, like Mr. He said, talking about people want the answer key, and hell no, I won't give it to them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be straight up candid with you, Mr. He said, I like your content. That makes me wonder, why are we doing this then? Why are we doing this if not to help people get some answers or help people get some type of we ain't got to give them the 1 2 3, and I get that. But a lot about what we talk about is how we presenting shit. This is why I say nobody cares, because nobody cares to stick with you while you doing the work. Everybody wants you at their best, but wants you to take them at their worst while they're doing the work. Or they sit back and do the work with only tailored for them and them alone. So if we want to get better as people, I'm with that. Everybody should try to get better as individuals. But my thing is this: what do we be talking about as certain things? Because self-work is one thing, but we talking about relationships right now, right?
This the same. To me, they're the same. That's
No,
part of the parcel.
I'm saying, but
Yeah.
dude, you can learn how to be the best you, or you can build you up to 100%. That still don't make you a good partner.
Right. You could be terrible in relationships.
You just
Terrible at it.
learned you. You just learned you. That didn't grow your ability to learn other people. Hence why you hear, oh, I just learned how to survive and I don't have the luxury to worry about that, which means you don't worry about how other people feel, which means probably a lot of interactions you have with people are difficult because your lack of empathy and perspective suffers because you've only learned how to do you. You've only how to learn how to work you. That's what I'm saying. It starts from within. Then you're only going within. How are you getting better outward if all the work is going inward? How are you projecting better outward to other people or for other people? Because that's the goal we're trying to get to here. It's a known that we should be better people for ourselves. It's a known.
Yeah,
we trying to get to
Mr. He said earlier. Just one quick second. Mr. He said earlier that he didn't have a mother or the father. He had to do it all himself. Well, the thing is, Mr. He said you have to understand. On that one, you got to take a bow and give yourself a victory lap, because not everyone is that resilient. Not everyone can hold it, keep it together like that, man. If you really are one of them people who had to do it by yourself and get everything out the mud and make yourself who you are today, bruh, take a victory lap. Give yourself a pat on the back. Throw a party, because you are one of very few. And the thing, and congratulations to you. I mean, I'd like to hear stuff like that. I like to hear people persevere. I like to hear people break through walls and stuff like that, and be strong, because it takes a certain level of strength to do that. You know, I've had to do that in certain things in my life, and so is everyone, all of us on this panel. You know, at one point in life or another. But you got to understand, most people are not, especially here in the Western world, are not built that way, man. They're just not. Most people, you have to tell them what to do. Like, some of us are going to figure out things for ourselves and carve a way out for ourselves. Other people got to be told what to do. Otherwise, they're just moving on autopilot, and which means they're going to get stuck in certain areas of life.
Thank you.
Know, so just don't let your empathy for people slide down the wrong way, because you had the strength to make it through things that most cannot. You know, that's what I'm saying. Just those people you have to guide. Those are the people you have to lead, which is, again, the vast majority of people. You have to lead. And if they want to follow your advice, cool. They're gonna follow your advice and go off and probably more than likely be successful at something. But the ones who don't want to listen and don't take our advice, okay, you got to let them go their own way, you know. And that's gonna be that's gonna be most people. Most people are gonna hear it, you know what I'm saying, and don't do anything with the information. That's why so many business, like coaching businesses, business coaches, consulting businesses. That's why they're so successful. They're teaching companies and teaching people how to be successful at whatever business that they're in. And a lot of these companies fall short because they're not taking the advice of the consultant, which means they wasted money on the consultant and just didn't do anything with it. I mean, so this happens on all levels of the spectrum, as far as people taking advice and people not taking advice. So, like I said, just don't let your empathy for people slide down the wrong way. Because again, you're stronger than most. You really are.
And I look at it differently like this. Like, this ain't necessarily an attack on nobody. This just always just me working through my thoughts, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want nobody to never think that what I'm saying is I'm coming at them personal. We here in this forum, we sharing ideas. All right. So my thing is this, because I'll take something somebody saying, I'll try to build on that. I just started a new job, basically a new trade. I had zero knowledge about it. Essentially, I had to be given the answers to have the best opportunity to learn how to do this job right. You're not just given questions. You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes you have to be given the answers sometimes, especially if you're going in a very particular way. If you want to learn financial literacy and financial freedom, you quite literally need the answers. Like, you have to find people who offer you the answer. So I think it's like we look back and we kind of leave people hanging as like, you know what I'm saying? This is why he was talking about empathy. And it's not like, you know what I'm saying? I know Mills was saying it's when you pour, cool, I get that. But empathy doesn't just stretch from the next person. My empathy just, if you have empathy for people, it doesn't just go to the next person. If you're an empath or empathetic kind of person, it goes to a lot of people. It's not just how the closest people look. So, like, we can't be like, I'm not going to give them the answers. Then why are we here? I look for purpose. I look for purpose when they come to this shit. And if we at the point to where we like, I ain't worried about that shit, then what are we doing?
I would actually disagree with you to a certain extent, Yellow. And it's just my perspective. I think all this stuff is connected. All of it. The empathy, the answers, the information, all of it's connected.
Oh, yeah.
Each of us individually learns through education, and we learn through experience. Each of us independently. Our education and experience, this is where the connection comes in. Our education and experience is dependent upon other people. So we can't be educated without another person. And our experience is only of the world if there's no other person. So we can learn what leaves are like, through experience. Oh, this thing is green and it blows in the wind sometimes. But as far as humanity, we have to experience to give context to anything that we were educated on. The whole red pill sector is a space predicated upon people who experience something that is opposite their education. So they learned something that was opposite their education. People taught me, but they taught me wrong. And experience taught me that what I was taught was wrong. So like we're talking like these are like stacking and layering concepts. It does all start within. because I asked the question in the chat. Out of 10 people, 9 people said I have said something ever since I've said something that made them think of an idea or something a different way. 9 out of 10, 90% said I've said something in the course of my YouTube platform or whatever, Twitch, Discord, that has made them think of something a different way. I don't know what that something is for each person. It's probably different for each person because what we're inclined towards, what we listen to is different every time. Now it's 11 people, 91%. So most people think I've said something that has made them think of something differently. Now here's the caveat, my departure real quick. This is what I mean by it all starts within. Before I get to the caveat, it all starts within because if I did not learn and if I did not experience the things in my life, I would not have been able to give anybody anything that would have offered them something that was a different perspective, because there would have been no me to give them a new perspective. If I hadn't learned through education and experience, there'd be nothing for me to offer. So I am here in a space where other people have gotten something from me. And again, I'm just sharing my thoughts. I'm sharing my perspective. And it's changed something in these other people, at least the way they think of, oh, there's more ways to think about this. Or there's a different way to think about this. There's value to that. And I think we dismiss that too easily, how connected our experiences are. Because I'm different of a person because of you, Mandrill, Candidan, Enya, Nova, Bree, now Leah, Apex, Mr. He said, I'm different of a Rashawn than I was 2 years ago, simply by being in the spaces that you all are. Because all of y'all have made me think about something differently. My caveat and my petty was to the one person who said no. I'm hoping you were trolled, because I don't spend time in places of people that don't show me something different. If all I hear is confirmation of what I already know and believe, I don't spend time there. I can't help that for you. Maybe you're entertained by me or you like to look at my face. I don't know. But if I haven't shared anything that's made you think about anything differently, I would ask you to question the time that you're spending. It was Tristan. Yeah, I was trolling. Because if I don't, the places, I would say your time is being wasted. If you're going somewhere or spending time with somebody that does not alter you in some way, you're not learning through their experience. You're not learning through their education because they're sharing what they know. If you're around people who offer nothing to your life just through osmosis, by seeing how they move, by hearing how they talk, if none of that alters you, if none of that changes you, then I'm going to say that you're probably broken in a way that I can't speak to. Now, on an individual level, what happens is a lot of us get in that space like this lady is. We tell ourselves a story. I'm this kind of a way. I look this kind of a way. And there's layers of stories. This is how I feel about black. I'm all black because my white side don't treat my black side like it's equal. That's a story. But then she also has white expectations of black people. That's a conflict. Why would you ever have a white expectation of somebody when you can't stand whiteness? So that's something she has to resolve. That's a layer of work that she has to do. Then she's like, well, most men don't want somebody that's 6 foot tall and weighs what I do. There's work. Because you could probably be 6 foot tall and still find love, but maybe you need to adjust maybe your physical composition. Maybe the way you're built needs to be augmented in some kind of way. Some kind of way. And I mean, it might just be losing weight. It might just be smiling more. It might be a hairstyle. Sometimes it's just style. Sometimes it's just putting on a blue half collar shirt. You know, Rico, thanks, Rico. It might be a blue half collar shirt. Maybe she just needs to change her style. Wear an updo instead of a downdo. Get a different frame of glasses. It could be a lot of different things that could change the way people look at you. The way she talked, though, she has full control over how she talked. She said, I'm combative, I'm argumentative, whatever word she used. I can't remember, but she's contentious. She comes across strong. That's within her control. She says she knows men don't see that as something that they want in a wife. Well, then why would you keep doing it? If you want to be a wife, why would you not emulate a wife in look, in sound? Because what all of us are trying to do, I say as men, we have an idea of what manhood is. And we try to live up to that idea of manhood. We have an idea of what being something. There's something in our head. All of us have something in our head that we're trying to live up to. It might be for somebody else. I'm trying to be this for my mother. I'm trying to be this for my grandmother. I'm trying to be this for my father. I'm trying to fill my father's footsteps. There's some story that all of us are hanging on to that we're trying to fulfill. And when your life starts to diverge, go away from that narrative, from that story, you start to make up stuff to fill in those gaps. Man, I said I was going to be Rashawn, I was going to be a Speedo model. But God, I'm kind of fat. So either I got to find a place where they want fat Speedo models, or I've got to lose some weight. But man, I really don't want to do the work of losing weight. So you know what I'm going to start doing? I'm going to start telling myself that the world ain't ready for fat Speedo models. It's them. Man, the world ain't ready. All this body positivity, but they don't want no fat Speedo model. What's wrong with them? See, they were lying. They were virtue signaling about, now they only want women that are body positive, but you want a fat Speedo model, they don't want that. I'm going to start making up a new narrative. I'm going to start making up a new story. And I think Emil said that. No, it was Dawn Harden. Dawn Harden said it about a little while back, but her insecurities and stuff. It's a lot of stuff in her head. I can't find that exact comment right now. My bad, and I didn't pin it. Bam, there it is. She's simply not in her truth. She's not in her true story. She is riddled with insecurity. That insecurity is because I'm not where my mind says I should be. I'm not secure in who I am. I'm not where I should be. And therefore, she isn't communicating from the heart, because the heart wants one thing. She's living another. She's hiding what I suspect is her greatest quality. And her greatest quality is probably something that she's not sure people will accept. So she'll give them all of her worst aspects and say, you should love it. But she's hiding her best quality, because you know what happens? Our best quality, if somebody rejects the thing that we say is our best quality, it tears our self-esteem up. It tears us up on the inside. It's the thing that I hang my hat on. If I came to somebody and I really was into them and they were like, man, Rashawn's an idiot. And I believed it because I aspired to be with this person. I respected this person. I thought I wanted to live my life with this person. They were like, man, Rashawn's an idiot. I think he's one of the dumbest people I ever met. It would land the way on me. It would hurt me. Like, it would wound me. That the thing that I hang my hat on, that I believe of myself positively, that they knocked. Because that's what I got. I got that. That's my bag. And she's like, man, your bag is empty. I'm going to be hurt. I'm going to be devastated. But that's one of the reasons I do want to bring in what Bree be saying, because Bree's like, no, you can't hang your validation can't be on another person. That's where I do agree. Your validation can't be on another person, because I've got to believe that my intellect is enough for me and anybody else that comes into contact with me. And if it's not, that's cool. They can just depart. They can just leave. And that's cool. And we can wash hands. But man, we cannot. What we do though, we try to force somebody into our story, a story that we're not living out, a story that's full of insecurity, and we try to make somebody else accept that incongruity. We try to make somebody else make sense of nonsense, because I know I'm not living the way that I say that I'm trying to be. I want to be with somebody, but I know I'm trying to pick somebody that's not the somebody that I say I want. But I'm going to make other people try to live in that, to tap dance. I'm going to try to make them work that out. I'm going to try to make them make sense of that. That's the selfishness we get into when we're not ready to do the work. We're not ready to do the work, because the work is trying to make the story of our life match our life. That's the work. And that's going to be different for everybody, because I don't know what you envision in your head. Whatever you're envisioning in your head, you getting there is your work. And that's what we got to work on. I appreciate y'all for letting me run on. I got to catch up. Where was I at? Oh, where was I at? All right, Mr. He said he's going to come in. She's stuck in the middle. So therefore, she has work to do. Yet who would be able to tell her the truth? Kevin Samuels. Or you're requesting airlines to make seats comfortable for fat people. Yeah, man, we do that. We try to make other people accept our false narrative, because we're not where we want to be. Yes, I've always wanted to make my family proud and respect the sacrifices my parents and grandparents made. I was mindful not to put their pressure on my 35-year-old daughter. Facts. Yes, her greatest quality may be buried in the ocean with the ancestors or whatever Killmonger said. I can't stand y'all. Oh man, and that is what these women do. Going on these shows, they know what the men they want. Yeah, and most of us men know too.
Yeah,
Most
I
of
mean,
us
the thing
know what
is, like, and thing is, like, ladies, like, no one's asking you to be a supermodel. You don't have to be a beach body bikini model or nothing like that. No, just be in reasonable shape. You know what I'm saying? It ain't. The thing is, it's not even that hard. Take care of yourself, and that's again, that's the easiest part. That's the easiest part, and I think people are afraid of working out because of the lack of education about it. They think that you have to eat like a rabbit. I hear that a lot. But then when people see what I eat on Fridays and Saturdays, they're like, "How do you eat that to stay in such good shape?" I'm like, because you don't have to. I don't eat it every day. You know what I'm saying? I don't eat pizza every day. But then, like for me, a cheap meal would be steak and vegetables. You know what I'm saying? Steak, vegetables, a baked sweet potato, with like all the cinnamon and sugar and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, people are like, how do you eat that to stay in good shape? I'm like, because number one, it's not exactly an unhealthy meal. You know what I'm saying? And I've eaten the rest of the 6 days of the week really well. You know, and even the foods that I eat the rest of the week, they're flavorful. They taste good. You don't have to give up good foods to be in shape. And like I said, it's just lack of education about it. People don't put the put the effort into learning about it. And it's being in shape is the easiest one. And people don't want to do that. Um, you can do that. You can be on a treadmill while you're watching TV. You don't have to run to be in shape. You can walk on a treadmill for about 45 minutes to an hour. You know what I'm saying? But my thing is, anyone ask these ladies, like, you do know these guys want someone who's not plus size, right? You ever think about getting a gym membership and hiring a trainer? You know, what do these women like? What do these women say? Like, if they were asked this question, what do you think they say, Rashawn?
No clue, man. What you say?
Yeah, I've always found it curious. Like, I mean, she just said she's a handful to deal with. She needs to be handled. I don't know a broke man who wants to put up with that.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
I just saw your,
I
I
don't
just
know.
saw your message. My bad.
Yeah. I was like, man, I said that like an hour ago. Yeah, I listen to women who say this stuff. I don't know men who are broke who wants to put up with that. Let alone guys who make what mid six figures.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You think he's gonna want to? No, that guy just wants to have fun with you. He wants to enjoy you. In other words, enjoy your company. Yeah, that's true, Leah. Maybe she just doesn't want to, but then she can't get upset because she's not finding what she wants, or complain about it, That's the thing. When women complain about the things they want, but they're not doing what they're not offering those guys what they may be looking for. You know, they're not doing anything to help themselves grab those guys' attention. You know, and again, you don't have to be a supermodel. Most guys don't want supermodels anyway. They're too skinny. You know what I'm saying? Most guys. I mean, so it's.
No, but what is the optimal shape for modern women? Yeah, again, and the physical is only a portion. The biggest problem, and the only reason I even do this is because I was able to change mentally. I was able to change like my values. I was able to change the way I thought. But it started with hearing other people say things that I did not know were possible. And some of it was just around thinking differently. I did not know that I could think. I did not know I could say no to people. Like that's how basic some of this dysfunction I'll say especially in the Black community, but I know it's not limited to the Black community. I did not know it was okay for me to say no to people because I had been told all my life that I had to do certain things for family, for this, you do that, you show up, blah, blah, blah. So I was lied to and that I could not say no. to people. I was forced into servitude, and I carried that. Nobody tells you that stops at 18. It doesn't magically, the flip doesn't switch. The switch doesn't flip. Circle is a shape. Okay. Intermittent fasting is not a viable people with disordered eating, but I'm glad it works for some people. Yeah, it takes work. It takes work. I say no quick, but I had to learn that too. Yeah, I had to learn to say no. And
Yeah.
it took me hearing that. It took me hearing that from somebody else that it was okay to say no. Like, wait a minute. That doesn't make me a bad person. Because I really felt that. I really felt that. So all this stuff I'm saying is from a place of I heard something different. And I kept hearing and reading stuff that was different until it actually reoriented my thinking enough to make some changes in my life. So eventually, maybe the people up here were saying something that's just different enough that somebody else will start the process, that work of reorienting. So that way you can get far enough away from where you are, closer to where that vision is in your head. Because it takes changing the direction that you're moving in. Might be mental, might be physical, might be emotional, it could be any kind of way, but it depends on where your goal is to get to. And that takes evaluation, introspection, like Apex said. Yep, respect and accept my no like you respect and accept my yes. Respect and accept my no like you respect and accept my yes. Jerry Draper. Okay, I like that. Now you going to say something, Andrew? Now I'm going to play a little bit more of the video.
No, I didn't have much more on it. I mean, yeah, let's watch more of the video.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that. Respect and accept my no like you respect and accept my yes. I like that. I'm gonna try to. I like that.
Nope. You are what you.
Oh, she was stunned.
I love that you support Black people because I'm Black and that's what it's about. But you say your mama's white, right?
Yeah. And I also don't believe in interracial procreation, but that's for a whole different.
Oh.
That's for a whole different.
You wouldn't exist if it wasn't for interracial procreation.
That is that.
Why don't you believe in it? Being that you are actually what you're talking about.
I mean, I exist as a human being. Yes, I'm here, but I'm still allowed to have like my own values, and I believe that a white woman, no matter the situation and how they created children, can never truly love a Black woman the way he deserves.
Yeah, face droop. Oh, she's an idiot. So why would anyone date her then? Bree, don't ask questions. You're asking intelligent questions. She really hates herself. She got mommy issues. And yeah, she is programmed. And that's what I mean by the broken family. Because she saw her mother probably mistreat her father. And now it's become a thing in her mind. It's become her programming. It's become her programming. And that programming would have her choose a life where she wouldn't exist. She want a Hotepu ski. I'm mad my phone about to die at this part. Well, let me get back to it real quick. Leah.
That's just my opinion.
A white woman can never love a Black man the way he deserves?
Yeah.
So you vote as though your mother can never love your father the way he deserves?
No, and they were never together. So
hold on. They're saying she is Black, Kendra. Yes, I understand that she's Black, but her mother is Caucasian. And you do have to acknowledge that she is part Caucasian too. Her mama Caucasian, so you just can't act like that's not a part of her bloodline, right? We don't acknowledge. Do you not acknowledge that part of your bloodline?
I mean, I do, but the way in which I was not raised as a white person. Like I was raised as a person of color. Like the world sees me as a person of color. Like I was raised as a Black person in this country. So yes, I have a white mother, but I'm not a white person.
Okay. So. Okay. This is deeper than that. I'm not trying to be a psychologist tonight. I'm just trying to find you love child. So let me stay at the topic I am.
Man, I thought that was interesting. I know Bree's on it, Leah's on it. Man, yeah, she definitely took some. She probably took some racial abuse, even if it wasn't direct. It made a lot of comments. They probably made a lot of jokes about Black people, and she felt all those slights. She probably felt all of those slights, and that's what we have to we don't oftentimes pay attention to the way things land on people because we think our intent is good enough, but the impact shapes people's lives, and we need to be more thoughtful about that. I like Kendra G because she don't let people off the hook with her questioning. What is raised as a Black person? Probably traumatized. Probably traumatized. Look at her hair. I know her mom was giving her shit. She don't even know how to style it. The intent isn't even always there either. Sometimes it'd be just ignorance. Not even just trying to be hurtful, but there's some stuff I've heard and experienced, and it's like, even if you didn't mean it, man, it's gonna make you feel it. It lets you know that you're other. She can't be raised as a Black woman by a white woman. Bree, you asking them questions again. You asking them questions. I'm glad that at least she realizes that everyone will see her as being Black. Her white family might have been racist towards her. Absolutely. Do you want to jump in real quick, man? I think Yellow disappeared. I don't know if you hear.
Yeah. See, listen, man. Yeah, I'd have walked away from this situation as soon as I heard that part. I would have had so many questions. Like, yeah, but you, like Kendra, you said, you an existed one for interracial coupling. Yeah, but I don't think a white woman can love a Black man the way a Black woman can. Well, if you look at the landscape, how Black couples are interacting with each other, that's not going so well. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know what she means by that, because Black people seem to not like each other. I don't know, but yeah, that's definitely. I think that she's gone through something in life, because let's be honest, kids are cruel. No matter what race, kids can be cruel. Personally, I've dealt with racial stuff from Black people and white people as a kid. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't think she has the right people in her life to talk to her and explain to her about that. That's just kind of human behavior, and you have to take people on a case-by-case basis. You can't judge a whole race of people by what a few of them do. There's just no one in her life to explain that to her. Not just to her that, but explain to her why she should take people on a case-by-case basis. So there you have it. She's stuck at that point because she hasn't had the guidance. That's just me connecting dots here without having the story of her life and stuff like that. So that's what it looks like to me. Is she ready to date anybody? I would say no. Who am I to say, really? But I mean, just outside looking in, she got a lot to work out. I don't get why. It's a hot mess over there. Is there more to this?
I don't know. I had already tapped out, so I haven't seen everything from this point on. I had not already seen ahead of time, because at the kind of the white expectations on Black people, I was like, oh, I know. And she did the money thing. I was like, okay, yeah, we got to talk about this one. I hope that if she sees this show, she will hear something that will serve as a breakthrough. I sure hope so. So let's see where this go.
Let's do the Kendra Cam, honey.
I don't know how I'm down talking to Black men. I love Black men and I support them. So I don't know.
She didn't know how she was down talking to Black men by saying that they were a boy if they didn't make high mid six figures. That doesn't even, that's what I mean by the intent versus impact. She didn't mean any harm by that, but she harms people. People feel that. Well, if you're saying that no man is a man unless he makes mid six figures and goes where you say he should go, that impacts people. That's why the language we use is important.
And so few people make six figures.
Right.
So few people make $60,000 a year. So few people make $60,000 a year. She's talking about $100,000? The six figures is only $100,000. That ain't exactly a lot of money these days.
Yeah.
You're comfortable. You're comfortable. Yeah. That ain't a whole lot of money. Mm-hmm. You can blow through that super easy. You can live paycheck to paycheck off $100,000 a year. Yeah. Especially after the taxes hit.
Because if I'm not mistaken, the median income is somewhere in the 60s, which means what the median? No, not the average. No, not the average. No, there's a median. The median and average are different.
Okay, you're right. Yeah. The average is lower. The median is about 60.
Right, and whatever that is, that means half the people are above that number, half the people are below. Half of the U.S. population makes below the 60,000 something mark. Half. So it's a crazy thing to even consider the way we attribute so much to money, knowing that half the people, half men and women, just don't make off the top, eliminating the full half off the top.
Oh my God, no! The median income for the United States population, median income is $31,133 U.S. That was in 2019.
Ooh. Oh, see, that's what Apex said. 40K, because the median is the number in the middle.
Yeah, that was in 2019, $31,133. It's probably about 40K now.
That's interesting. I'm about to look.
Yeah, because I just googled it.
The average is where you take everything and put it together and then divide it by how many numbers are in that data set. But the median is the number in the middle. If I'm not mistaken, that's the median. But
that's a household income. Household income is 60.
There we go. That's the number that was in my head. The median household income.
Okay, so the median household. Yeah, that's with two people.
Yeah.
Two people. It takes two people for the median income to be 60,000 a year.
Yeah. That's a tough one, y'all. That's a tough
so
one.
Few people make 100,000 a year by themselves. And
listen, man.
It ain't
mid six figures.
Right.
Get that mid six. Now, Madrill, I heard you ski. Do you ski?
I do not ski.
Oh, okay.
I would. Don't get me wrong. I was. Yeah, drop the link for Harris Tribe Media Group. Yeah. Now here, would I ski? Yes. Here's the thing. When it comes to sports and stuff like that, I'll try any sport, man. I will ski. You know, I've parasailed. I do skydive. You know.
Okay. You sound like her type of man.
Whose?
Hers.
Oh no, thank you. She sounds like a headache. She sounds like a headache to deal with.
You do non-black activities. You would satisfy her white expectations.
I do a lot of non-black activities, man. I mean, I think that's part of the problem. You know what I'm saying? I'll try. You know, I'm going to rock climb. You want to go? No, I'm not into it. All right. And then I'll go rock climbing. And then they get pissed off. I'm like, well, you went without me. You said you didn't want to go. You know, like skydiving. And people don't have to go skydiving with me. You don't have to jump out the plane, but you can be on the ground watching me do it. You know what I'm saying? And what else? Soccer. I'll play, all kind of stuff, man. Paintball, absolutely Apex. That's what paintball is so fun. Let me tell you, Arsha, paintball. You want to have a good time? Christ. Go paintballing. Go paintballing. You want to have a good time? Do that. That is awesome. No, Ty. Mandrill is not a perfect match for her. He is not. No. I just like to go. I like to go and do it. I like to go and do activities, man. You know, and enjoy life. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's so much to do, especially when you have the time to do it. Mandrill, paintball. Yes, I do paintball, Apex. Let's go.
Now, Mandrill, give me a second. I want to see. Okay, he popped back out. I was going to see if we could hear him because we couldn't see him. His picture wasn't coming in. Paintball is absolute. Let's hit the video real quick, man. We'll see if Mr. He said get back in.
I don't think you intended to do it, but when you made the comparison about you have expectations of a black man, you have white man expectations for the black man, and then when you said they don't like to go to nice restaurants, they want to bring you to Dave and Buster's and Applebee's, it was implying that black men, and that probably is your reality with your black
and
men.
it's my experience,
right? That is,
and I went on lots and lots of dates.
That is fair.
So,
now my experience of black men is not that.
Yeah.
But that's my experience. But I would say this though too. I'm older than you. When I was younger, yeah, that might have been. Well, no, that wasn't my experience. I was 33 either. But you are right. That does exist. But yes, I'm here to. So everybody's not offended. We do know black men know nice restaurants, and there are black men that ski. But she is not lying. There are black men who like Applebee's, David Buster's, and don't want to go nowhere. But we have seen several of them on this show.
Yeah. So, now here's where my problem is with this thing. Is the shaming of people that go to Applebee's. It's a restaurant. Now, if your problem is that you think their food is low quality and unhealthy, fine, I'm with you. If you
Isn't that
think
all of them though?
but again, I'm just saying, if your
It's
argument
almost
is you think their food is trash, or you think the environment is dirty, or you think the service is subpar, cool, I'm with you. But knowing that white people, since the white man's ice is colder and what he does is valid, white men own, built, and patronize both Applebee's and Dave and Buster's. Let me see if we can get Mr. He said, "Can you hear us?" Okay, he's not
he
making
got
it
the
through.
he got the shitter net working.
Yeah. So if you just don't like the food that they serve, that's one thing. But what I believe I'm hearing is that people have set a standard of what they're worth in their mind. And if it's the quality of food, I'm with you. But if you've just set an economic standard of places that you're too good to go, you might have an ego problem. Because if you eat that same food served at a nicer restaurant, then it's not the food. And I'm okay if you just want a better ambiance. You don't want all them little pictures and license plates on the walls. If that's just unattractive to you, that's cool. But it can't just be about the price of the food. If you're gonna go somewhere and spend $50 for the same food in a better ambiance, man, you might be a little bit of a fool. Like, you might be an idiot. Because price tags, man, people that are just looking for price tags so they can spend the most to say they got luxury, they're problematic. Label whores. I don't like it. That's me. I don't like it.
Hey, what the crazy part is about this whole thing, Arshawn?
What's up?
People wear labels to advertise, to let people know that, hey, I can afford expensive things, right? Here's the twist. Rich people don't wear labels. People with money,
not in the same way.
People with they wear expensive clothes, but they don't wear labels. There's no label on it. It looks like a regular t-shirt.
Regular clothes.
Like it looks like regular t-shirt, regular jeans.
Yeah.
But that t-shirt costs $600.
Yeah.
That pair of jeans costs $2,200. And they look like regular jeans, like regular Levi's. And the shirts look like something you got out of Kohl's. Kohl's has a brand that I love. It's called Apartment 9. I love it. They're super comfortable, right? If you ever go to Target and buy something from Target's brand, I forget the name of it, but Target has a brand that's super comfortable. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, okay. And plus, now that I know the secret behind clothes, $600 for a t-shirt is stupid.
Mandrill,
what's up?
You know goddamn well we can't fit nothing out no goddamn Target and Walmart.
You can't. I didn't say go to Walmart. That's terrible quality.
The same. I'm talking about same set, boy. That Target shit fit like why he take people clothes. You talking two big black dudes.
Right. Okay.
Fair enough. Can't sell me shit out of Target. Everything in that bitch medium.
Medium. Well, you can't buy my clothes. Well, you can. You can buy a hoodie. You can buy a hoodie. You can buy some shorts.
You better make some big people shit. You can't make fat people small and not have something to start in.
You know what? That's a good point. That's a good point. How come Mr. He says shit and that ain't working? I mean,
I don't know.
It's because it's shit in there.
I don't know what's
Mr.
going
He
on.
said you got to pay your bill, brother. You got to pay your bill.
I'm talking about these white people brands like black people can fit in them. That's why we be looking. That's why we be looking ridiculous in them.
Yeah, and also what I'm saying is they don't wear labels. You don't see the label. There's no label on the shirt or the jeans or anything like that. But it's expensive. But the thing is, people think that you wear like, say, Gucci or something like that, and Gucci's on it. It's like
labels on the outside.
That people who are used to being around people with money, they're like, you don't have any money. You don't know what you're doing. It's like people who buy a Maybach and drive the Maybach. People with money, they're like, why are you driving a Maybach? Like, why are you driving it? Or Rolls Royce? You know what I'm saying? They're like, why are you in the driver's seat?
Right.
But that's an instant indicator that, okay, here's a person who's either not used to money, they just got money and don't know what to do with it, which means they're not going to have it long. Or it's a person who's trying to stunt. Or it's a person who's trying to stunt, right? If you buy a Maybach, see, that's why the Maybach has like the DVD players and screens and all the stuff. It looks like the Starship Enterprise in the back seat. It's because you're supposed to be back there. You buy the Maybach or the Rolls Royce, you spend 50, you take 50 grand, pay a driver. That's the salary for the year, 50 grand. Take the 50 grand, budget that, put that in the account over here, and that's what you pay your driver in, the 50 grand, right? Out of the 50 grand. And you have him drive you around. You're supposed to be in the back seat when you in the Maybach. Yeah. So anybody who has money and sees a person driving a Maybach and it's theirs, they just do this. No.
I'm about to see
you know what I'm saying? It's just like, no.
It should be
so don't act like she's not speaking from her reality from that point of view.
Just like when you say like,
and no, she didn't get up. They said something. She reacted to a comment.
Like,
so we'll see if they get back
that's
to
like
the
saying like there's no good white people. That's not true. I'm not saying that every black man likes to go to Applebee's and Dave & Buster's. Like
like that was you think you have white man expectations for a black man.
Yeah. I feel like that's why I struggle to date, because sometimes I feel like my expectations are too high.
Okay. But does the guy have to? Well, I didn't ask you this question before we do Kendra.
Because there are systems in place already inherent, like having a high education, having a really good job. There are systems in this country that already black men have to work harder to succeed in those systems.
Absolutely.
So
I think black people in general have to work harder.
Exactly. So when I say I have white expectations for black men, like those are systems set up for white people. So it's hard for black people to be successful. It's harder. It's not that they can't be successful. It's just harder for them to be successful.
Let me ask you, have you always been this passionate?
It's like Applebee's and Dave & Buster's are all of a sudden hood restaurants. Like they're not the Chicken Shack. They're not the rib spot. Like it's Dave & Buster's and Applebee's.
It's family restaurants.
Franchise. It's a franchise.
It's for families. It's where your goofy ass is gonna go when you have kids, dipshit. Your ass is gonna go to Dave & Buster's. Because they gonna want to go have some fun.
And real talk, them chicken shacks and them rib shacks, them hole in the wall restaurants got the best food.
That's goddamn
absolutely. Their food, them hole in the wall places, far superior food than Applebee's and Dave & Buster's.
I'll put Harold's chicken against anybody. Shit, fuck you talking about?
I'm trying to tell you, man. So she can talk down on it all you want, but if you want good food, that's probably the best place to go.
I know somewhere sell a pizza puff and fries or kill anything motherfucking Applebee's got.
Yeah, because there's a place here called the Cheesecake Emporium, right? They don't just sell cheesecake, and in the same, it's not a building, it's a house. It's an old house, right? And they sell food out of the back of it, right? It also in that house is a place called Can a Brother Get a Slice, right? Different types of, and of course it's ran by black people, both places. Best food. It's different kind of flavor, all different kind of flavors of cheesecakes, all different kinds of pizzas, like seafood pizzas, soul food pizzas. They got soul food egg rolls. I never thought that would go together, but then like it's got like you can get them with like mac and cheese and collard greens in there. You get that pepper sauce you put on that. You put that on some regular hot sauce on it, man. Bruh, delicious.
Sounds
great.
You
hear me? You hear me? I mean, like it is great. Again, them hole in the wall places. That's where you find the best food, man. Yeah. She can talk down on it all she wants to, but that's some good eating.
Yes, sir.
Or did something happen throughout your childhood that I don't want to say made you pick a side, but you're very passionate about this, which I admire. So I'm just wondering where that passion came from.
I mean, I think just kind of the way I was raised in a very rural town where I was the only person of color. So yeah, I'm mixed, but literally I was the only person of color in my entire town. So I was raised by my grandparents and by my mother's parents. And yeah, I think that like ever since I've been dating, ever since I've been of age, I've always like wanted that. Like I've been attracted to black men, obviously, but I've always wanted like a black family. Like, so.
I got you, girl. I got you. Does the guy have to make a certain amount of money?
No, I mean, at least, pay his bills and be financially literate and to understand like what it means to, kind of save for the future, have
Fuck
retirement
yes.
and investments.
Have you
Fuck.
ever dated?
Get
What?
the fuck out of here, bro.
What?
Get
What?
the fuck out of here, bro.
Did she just change her story up?
What?
That's why the fuck
Yeah,
we don't
now.
trust y'all now. This why we don't trust y'all
Yeah.
now. And if
Yeah.
she thinks that, oh yeah, that's it. Yo,
Yeah, Bree, we went through a whole little soliloquy about the mid six figures, and now, and see, Bree, you asked me the other day about why don't we believe people when they say they're happy. You cannot believe self-reporting. You cannot listen to what comes out of most people's mouths.
for
You
real,
can't take it at face value. You cannot.
for real.
That's why I ask
Thought alert.
people. That's why I ask people sometimes, hey, what do you think of me? What do you make of me? You know what I'm saying? If there's anything that you think I need to work on, what would you say it is? I actually do ask that question to people. You know what I'm saying? And it's not to be conceited or not to be full of myself. I really want to know.
Oh shoot! Now, Bree, don't do that. We already talked about that. I can talk about it as much as I want to.
talked about that.
Please stop walking my statement down. I will talk about whatever I want to.
Please stop
Hit the
watching my
link.
statement down. Yeah,
Hit
Bree,
the
hit the
link.
link. No, she's taking her
Hit the
kids to
link.
She's taking her kids to Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A. What she ordered? Chick-fil-A.
Dude. And my thing is this: is her concept of him being able to pay his bills and take care of himself half a $1,000,000.
No, he just has to have enough to take care of himself
Right, that's what
and
I'm
be
saying though.
financially.
But they concept usually be that the requirement to do that is half a
$7
million
million.
dollars. Yeah.
Because I ain't gonna lie,
$1 billion.
I'll tell y'all this. There's certain thresholds to break that are really hard to do. Like the first threshold to break, unless you got lucky and you just got into something that got you there, $100,000 a year. That is a hard ceiling to break through. The next one after that is $1 million a year. That is extreme. That is very hard to do. But once you break through $1 million, 2 million is kind of inevitable. No. Yeah, once you break through $1 million, you can get up to 10. If you break through 5 million, 10 million is inevitable. Because once you get to that point where you're bringing in 5 million a year, 10 million is inevitable. After 10
when I
million,
broke through 5
20
million,
million,
when I
it's
broke through
inevitable.
5 million, when I got through 5 million, man, the 10 million was just like,
Right.
Yeah, that just can't. Yeah,
it was
did.
like
Didn't it?
Tuesday.
Right.
Yeah, it was real quick. It was so
But
fast.
the thing is, those are some hard barriers to break. Break through. The first is 100,000 a year. Next one is $1 million a year. Next one is 5 million a year. But once you break through the $5 million barrier, yeah, the rest is it's gonna come. It's inevitable. You're gonna make the most.
You can create a zillion streams of income. If they not bringing in enough, creating streams of income doesn't guarantee anything. Starting a bunch of shit don't guarantee nothing.
Yeah.
Because I tried. It took 4 businesses for me to find the first one that struck and started making money.
Yeah.
I failed 4 times. You know what I'm saying, Yellow? Like, so you like, and they was bringing in income, but it was
you might never hit again, right?
You might not. I mean,
okay,
then
so that's my thing. That's my thing. If only one of them hits, you're gonna have to be okay with it. Just constantly creating shit, just saying, "Oh, this I'm gonna do this and it's gonna happen." That's where we stuck at. It's always this thing. Well, I'm just gonna do this.
Yeah.
Okay, then what if that don't work? Well, I'm just gonna do this and do that and keep doing it. And then what if it don't work?
Yeah.
You know what? Hold on. It keep the ceiling up instead of trying to go broke reaching for the stars.
There is, and this goes back to the work. There is no right way. There's just the way that works for you. And that's the thing. Whether it's a job, whether it's 2 jobs, whether it's a business, whether it's a stream of businesses, whether it's a stream of streams, whether it's streaming consciousness on the internet, what works for you, and you'll know who You have to focus on your strengths and weaknesses and work from there. So everybody doesn't have the focus for a singular business. Everybody doesn't have the work ethic for regular employment. Everybody doesn't have the resilience for multiple streams of income. The thing is, like this lady, we'll tell ourselves a story and try to set ourselves up for a life that is not meant for us because we don't have the right temperament for it. Everybody can't be an entrepreneur. If you don't want to work a 9 to 5, you probably won't want to work the hours that it requires to get a business off the ground. And that's where a lot of people I've seen fail.
And you can work them hours till you blue in the face and don't shit happen.
Yeah.
And if you can't be cool with life, if that's the occasion, then your priorities is fucked up. Because if your value hinges on whether you can accomplish that goes back to the other thing about where are you important as opposed to what you want to accomplish. Because we already see that it's a daunting task to get to this level of income. And most of us are trying to grow this astounding amount of income in hyper competitive fields, entertainment. We all doing shit that's trying to get us on quick. Painting, clothes. We starting businesses. Essentially, starting a business is essentially trying to get you a get rich quick scheme now. You want it to hit quick. But we can't get past the fact that what if you only get the 70%? What if you only get the 80% of what you want? It becomes relative then. And again, it blows my mind how we put emphasis on oxygen. Just make as much as you fucking can. Because essentially, while you saying working jobs ain't gonna keep up the ceiling, that's all you're doing is working a job. Doesn't matter if you're the CEO, the entrepreneur, the owner, you're doing a job. It's still a job. It's just your job. And there's no level of comfort where you're never gonna not be able to work. The richest people work the most. The more money you make, the more you have to work. Am I wrong, Madriel?
Not at all. The more money you're absolutely right. The more money you make, the more time you're gonna have to dedicate to that. Like when I first got home, and I did 2 contracts after I got out the army, right? 2 security contracts in Afghanistan. When I got back home, I got a job, right, with the CDC, making tons of money. I had a bed at work. There are times where I just slept at work. You know what I'm saying? So I actually just bought a twin size bed frame or whatever. So I kept that in the pillow there. There's a lot of nights I just slept at work. I mean, again, I was no millionaire. I wasn't bringing in no $1 million a year. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, if I had to do all of that and still wasn't bringing in $1 million a year, imagine what the millionaires and billionaires are doing. I can just imagine. Like, you have no time for family. You have no time for your wife and kids. So it's give and take. You want the guy to make tons of money, but you also want his time. It just doesn't work that way. You know, it's stupid. I mean, so even for me, I had to sit that back and evaluate what I would have wanted in life. Do I value quality time? Yeah. Do I value working all these hours, making a lot of money, but I don't have time to spend it? Yeah. You know, so I had an apartment, but I just I use it to shower.
Life gonna make you make a choice,
right?
I'm gonna respond to M Mill's comment real quick. It ain't a negative thing, but imagine encountering somebody whose peace within has a dollar amount. It ain't really like a peace within. That's where most of the focus is. Everybody's
Price
peace.
within.
It's the price within. Finding that peace within don't come with a dollar amount, but we link the two together. But we want to tell each other money don't buy happiness. So it's like we lying to each other on some level, or we looking for the wrong piece. You want a piece of the pie, or you want a piece within.
Yeah. We all got to sacrifice, and there's what's within your capacity. And there's nothing wrong with striving for more. But while you're striving for more, what is your enough? What is your
What's
end
your
goal?
enough? Thank you. What is
I mean,
enough?
because that's what I've seen with a lot of people. There's not an enough. So there's like an infinite. They're trying to do infinite things, but they have finite time and resources. And that's why I see so many people struggle right there. So I mean, I know that's one of my thing is just figuring out which thing I'm willing to sacrifice, because there's got to be something. That insecurity speaking when they say that. Most people find money as a way to feel that safety and security. Man, it may not buy happiness, but these bills sure as hell ain't as stressful. That's true.
Okay, so
Money
when the
does help
bills
you.
paid, my bad. I'm finna say when the bills paid and you sitting there stressing the fuck out about some other shit, then what? Go look at all the
Yeah,
bills paid. That'll make you feel better about your the rest of
there
your
it
life
is.
crumbling and falling apart. Yeah, they
There
go
it
ahead.
is.
Yeah, while everything else is falling apart, go ahead and look at your bills and be like, damn, at least the lights on. The lights is
Insecurity
on.
will just move to another realm. Insecurity just moves. It's always gonna be something.
It's always gonna
That's
be
the thing about
something.
life. That's the thing about life, man. It's always gonna be something
Always
for
gonna
you
be something.
to be afraid of. So that my thing, me personally, what I'm trying to work on is accepting that and just doing the work because it needs to be worked. Doing like committing to doing some of the work, which is why y'all been seeing me more. I committed to being more present. I mean, that's why y'all seeing me. So like that's me trying to work the steps of being committed to something, even if I don't see the end goal. Like I don't know what enough is. I don't know what people need or want. So I try to be present and do the things that I think are useful. Sometimes they hit, sometimes they don't, but every time I'm trying to bring something I feel is valuable. And some of us have to move in ambiguity and be okay, because typically if I don't know, I shut down. So I'm trying to move in a space where I don't have the answers. I don't know exactly what people want. I don't want to give people what the algorithm says they want. So I'm in a place of I'm in that gray area. Creativity and your gifts will make room for increase. Business, aka multiple streams of income and tax benefits. Knowing how to structure hobbies is a way that pays you is a great way to build another stream of income. And that's great, Quantum. You're absolutely right. But unfortunately, there's a knowledge gap. There's a knowledge gap. Everybody doesn't have the same level of creativity. Everybody has not identified their gifts. Um, they don't know how to run a business, especially in the Black community. We start a lot of businesses, but we don't know how to run. We don't know how to file taxes. We get into tax problems. We get into paperwork problems because unfortunately, it's not just the creativity and the passion that we need. There's a lot of knowledge and skills that we need as well. Like you said, knowing how to structure hobbies, but we also need to know how the business structure works, not just the hobby itself.
And all that really sound like it's going viral.
We've
Everybody
seen
want to go viral.
everything.
If you trying to exploit your hobby instead of finding something concrete that's gonna work, pun intended. Instead of
That's gonna work.
instead of instead of finding something for sure,
Yeah.
we keep throwing our
Yeah.
reels into the lake of fucking hope instead of trying to find something for sure that'll work. So it's amazing how we want to shame working jobs when that's bringing in more money than most motherfuckers' hobbies is.
I know what commodifying hobbies is what everybody's got to make a choice. Because if you commodify your hobby, you might lose the passion and love you have for it. That's a trade off. I know that's why. I know. Not Madrill, Apex and Yella kept trying to get me to stream video games. I didn't enjoy it. If I'm trying to stream the video game, I can't enjoy it. I'm worried about what the person that's watching is thinking about it. So you have to know that the trade off that comes with every decision you're making. That's part of the work. Is knowing the trade offs, which is why I don't do it. It will always come down to the individual. Streaming when you are not you, eventually you end up exposing yourself. It is you, just be you, man. I'm too lazy to be rich. Well, that is something they would have to be interested in. However, artists have made their hobbies pay for them. Absolutely. Thank you, Rashawn Yellen Bree, for producing thought-provoking content. Yeah, Fly Ty Libra in the building. Same. I don't want to stream my hobby. Overwatch is my happy place. You used to, boy, and I used to hate watching. I'm probably one of the reasons she quit. Because Bree would stream Overwatch and she loved Overwatch. And for whatever reason, the way my internal banking account is set up, it's like more debits or more credits, whichever one is negative. Man, because I'd be in there. How many losses you got? Yeah, they about to get you. I hope they come around the corner and throw a grenade. So I would just be in there hating the
Yeah,
whole
you the
time, just
worst.
negative energy. Yeah, boy,
You the
I'm the
worst type.
worst
You the
sometimes.
worst type of. You the worst type of person.
You can't share your passion with everybody. You
Yep.
can't share your passion with
Yep.
everybody.
Yeah.
Man, my face ass. It was bad, but yo, listen. There's a path for everybody. Like Brother Darkness, he's another Twitch streamer. He used to say, and Bree and Yella used to reiterate this to me: if you're not good at anything, try everything. So go ahead, do the multiple streams of income, try it all until you find something that resonates with you. But you know, at some point, and this goes back to my relationship talk too. This goes back to the relationship thing about how you feeling. At some point, the feeling, the initial burst of energy from finding a new lane that you want to do,
Mm-hmm.
the zealous, that's going to fade, and the
Mm-hmm.
work's going to have to begin. So whether it's one or whether it's 100 businesses, that initial energy and burst of excitement, that new love, that puppy love, that in love, that's going to fade even with the hobby, even with the passion, even with the side hustle. The work's going to have to begin, and that's what I always wanted to stay away from. I never wanted to sweat, like Tristan said in chat.
And the
I just
thing
wanted
about
to
that is, you
be
always got to
comfortable.
evolve something. You always got to evolve into something new.
Oh, you should.
Everything that you evolve into new ain't gonna hit. We avoid trying to make the concrete kind of decisions.
Yeah.
We trying to build a foundation on quicksand. The things we invest our bank in, like we don't. Two things can be done at the same time. Like I ain't trying to get in his pockets, but being in Madrid is the financial one of the three of us. There's his business that he's working on, and then there's what's taking care of everything else. That's usually how most people do things. Everything can't just be a business venture. Some things have
Mm-hmm.
to be the constant. We avoid trying to make it work with the constant and just throw all our eggs in this basket of, yeah, hopefully we're going to go viral. Hopefully I'm going to strike it big. You got to do both at the same time. Because 20, 30 years from now, when shit has drastically changed, are you going to be able to adapt then? When all this shit is gone, when you can't work that hard no more. When you 60, 70 years old and you can't put in the work no more, is that entrepreneurial spirit going to still make you a whole bunch of money? Folks ain't restarting their businesses and they ain't coming up with like fresh businesses at 60 and 70 years old like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the people who have that financial longevity usually have something called a retirement plan. I mean, we all want to be entrepreneurs, but everybody's forgetting the motherfucking main thing that get old people through life is Social Security and retirement plans. But guess what? I ain't got to have a lot of money to know that. Now, I can be a streamer and Stratus Talk. I got clothing. I'm doing all of that shit. But guess what? I'm still get my ass up and go to work. I'm going to still get my ass up and go to work. Because it's jobs that you can punch that make you 100K. So I don't be understanding this. Everybody wanted. That's why I say we want white people. That's why I say we want white people luxury. Because we want generational wealth. We want money that's going to get passed down from not having to do shit. Nah, we not on that. Stay true to make us us. We're gonna have to work to get everything, and that's what makes us special. Because we can work to get anything. Thank you. Don't quit your day job. Please. It's a reason a lot of this shit be a saying. Don't lose some for show money for some I don't know money. All of these is motherfucking saying for a reason. Make as much as you want, but don't. Yeah, the worst thing you could do is sit up here and try to bank some shit on the maybe. Anybody, that's shit. Most of the people you see are something first. They something first before they an investor, before they entrepreneur. There's something else first. Mr. He said in the building, what's good, brother?
Shit.
About time you got this. Hey, man.
My fellas. I had to drive home, man. I'm sorry.
He done upgraded. He ain't got that shit in there no more.
I was trying to get on from the car, but it was acting crazy. So I said I might as well just wait till I get home. But this is a great conversation you guys are having, man. Amazing.
I appreciate you for joining us, man. What was the last thing you heard, and what what prompted you to want to come and tap in, man? What was something that was said? You know what? I gotta say something.
I was vibing the whole conversation. I was here for pretty much the whole show. Just to answer Yella's question and kind of start from the beginning, then I could get to Mr. Harris as well. But I don't want to tell people what to do. When I say I'm not giving them the answers, it's like they really lazy, Yella. They want the answer key. They don't want to fail the test. They don't want to cheat off somebody's paper. They don't want to do any of the work. They just want you to give them the answer key. And it's how they word it. It's like, we don't have any examples. Nigga, I didn't have a mama or a daddy. I didn't have no examples. I had to look at Dwayne Wayne and Joni and Chachi, Cagney and Lacey. Like, if it's two people that coexisted with each other, that's where I learned from. I didn't scream to the world and say, I don't have any examples. I don't have a mother. I don't have a father. I know what a mother is. I know what a father is. Just because I don't have one doesn't mean that I don't have the wherewithal to, even if I learn from a what not to do list. But it's if there's a will, there's a way type of thing. And then when Mr. Harris came up talking about what's the work, that was the craziest thing I ever heard in my life. Like, we're individuals. The work is on you to do self-reflection. If you're an asshole, then the work is try not to be an asshole. And it's on you to know what your strong points are and what your shortcomings are. And when I look at this young lady up here, I just see the lack of work ethic. Like you guys are pointing out, she's talking on both sides of the spectrum. She wants a man that makes enough money for himself, but he needs to have 6 figures in order to take care of her as well and his family. And it's just all of these nonsense talking points to where people act like they don't know that they need to be the best version of themselves. I'm not sure how that got lost in translation, that in order for you to require or even want an amazing person, you probably have to be an amazing person yourself. And it's just those little, nuances and just the chats. But this was an amazing conversation. And I'm one of those people, man, that did not have an example. And I did not make a lot of money. And I didn't join the military. I didn't get on the police force. Like, I had to work. And I was a trade person too. I started off with floors and I wasn't given the answers. I started as a helper. I was shown, this is what you do if you want to survive in this skilled trade. But no one gave me the answers and said, this is how you do it. Because if I get it wrong, I could go back to them and say, you gave me the answers and it was wrong. I work for the bank and they specifically tell us, do not tell people what to do with their life, because they're going to call back and say, you gave me an answer and the answer was wrong. So now I need a free house or a free car. So I say, here's what I can suggest and tell you what I would do if I was in your shoes, or I can give you suggestions, but I can't tell people what to do because it's just too absolute. Do this or go left or go right. And if right or left don't work for them, they're going to go right back to me and say, Mr. He said, say go right, and go right didn't work. So what I could do is say, take a look at my example and I can give you a suggestion, but it's on you to make the decision for yourself, because you're going to have to blame yourself if you get it wrong. Sorry if I was too long-winded.
No, no
You good.
problem.
Let me just check and see if you got an echo still. Can you unmute your mic real quick? Because you had it. I just want to see if the echo's still there while we're talking.
Mic
So,
check.
hello,
1,
hello.
2. 1,
Yeah,
2.
there's a slight echo. There's a slight echo coming back from
Let
us.
me.
Again, it's just when you're
How about
unmiked.
now?
I mean, I know you mute when you're not talking.
How about now?
Yeah. Well, let's see. Yeah, I can still hear myself. It might be bouncing off the walls in your house or something. I don't know. That's what it sounds
Okay.
like.
Okay, I
But
got you.
well, my thing is when I asked what was the work, Mr. He said, I asked that question because a lot of people need to be pointed in a direction. It's to the point now, not the right direction, but a direction. Because people don't know what to do. They're just standing still. They're not moving. So I agree with you. I agree with you. Hold on. I agree with you 100%. That question is very personalized. It's individual. My direction is not going to be the same as anyone else's, and same way, other way around. What I don't like is I don't like to see people standing still, but then engage in these conversations and they talk about the ills of the world and the ills of their life. I'm like, okay, but you're not moving anywhere. Well, I don't know what to do. My thing is figure something out. Well, what do I figure out? Go be a firefighter. Do something. Go to a trade school. Go to a university. Learn something. And just giving suggestions like that is pointing to them into a direction. They need ideas of what to do because most people, they don't know what to do with their life. A lot of people, and it's not like it was back in the day, like in our parents' generation, where they could get a job at a plant or a UPS or something and work their job 30, 40 years, retire with a pension, you know what I'm saying? Things like that. So there are lots of people like yourself who didn't join the military, and so they don't have they never took any avenues to open doors for themselves because they didn't do anything like working floors. They didn't do an apprenticeship for being a mechanic or a plumber or something like that. They don't know that mechanics make a lot of money, especially when they go on to open up their own shops. Plumbers make a lot of money, especially when they go on to open up their own plumbing companies. They don't know these things. So just giving people ideas is helping them do the work because it's giving them ideas of what work to do. That's why I asked, like, well, what is the work? What do these people need to do? No one's having that conversation, and so that's what I mean by when I ask, hey, well, what is the work? So we can actually give people who are watching ideas of what to do with their life in a different way of thinking, come up with some ideas of some stuff you might want to do, then figure out what you need to do to become that and go from there. Like with college, my sister would tell you, well, my parents, they spent all the college money on the first one that came around. She said it in our last live, I think. They spent all the college money on the first one. And all he did was go up there and have fun. So when she came around, I had to get student loans because somebody blew all the college money. I said, wait. So what, it took 5 years for me to get done. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, yeah, people don't even know that you can get loans for college. And yes, student loans is a scam, but it's still an avenue to get your credentials, to start getting your credentials. And it's like Yella said. I mean, I think either Yella or no, you said it too. People looking for the instant gratification. They're looking to make $250,000 a year in 3 years, if not right now. It don't work that way. You know what I'm saying? Most successful businessmen and businesswomen, they don't strike it rich. They don't do it well on their first time. Yeah, it doesn't happen. You know what I'm saying? Even they're just trying stuff.
Quick, yeah, let me jump in real quick. We definitely do need to. I think, as everybody's pretty much said, you're not going to get the blueprint. You're not going to get a manual because life is a little bit more complicated than that.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: there has to be because I say the barrier with that, because if you start to, like Mr. He says, if you start to give an answer, are you going to walk the answer through to its completion? So it's better to give somebody a starting point than an answer. Like, this is where you start and you go down the rabbit hole for yourself, because there is no straight line. And there was one last thing I wanted to address from Mr. He said it struck me. He said you need to be an amazing person to get an amazing person. And I think Yella will feel me on this. The truth is, look, when women are talking like this, and it may be men too, but when women are saying the stuff that they're saying about you need to be mid 6 figures and you need to be this and that, they're not seeing that man as amazing.
They're not.
They don't think that's amazing.
No.
They're thinking that's what I can attain.
That's the bare
That's
minimum.
that's average. That's normal. This is what I can get. This is who should be shooting their shot at me. So they're not even thinking about this person who doesn't exist except in the top 1%. They don't even for the warped thinking right now today is that is not even amazing. That's the basement. That, like Yella just said, they're saying this is the basement. When they say six figures, well, because I've heard so many times they're repeating it now. And yes, again, I understand. In real life, they're going to take who they can have access to. But I also want to caveat that because when they have access to them, they're going to treat them like a person that did not meet their standard. But man, if they're setting the baseline at six figures and you're at five figures, but just below, they say that there's disdain. We've heard people laugh at that. There's a mentality, and that mentality bleeds over into other areas of life. They don't even think that this amazing, rare person is amazing, and that's a mentality problem. We've got to work to correct that in some kind of way. But Yellow, go ahead.
No, and I was gonna say it does come down to a nuance because I understand what Mr. He said is saying as far as like people who don't want to do the work and in certain aspects in self growth, right? So I wanted to make sure I cleared it up within self, like it's certain aspects that nobody's gonna be able to give you the answer to. You know what I'm saying? So I 100% agree on that. But you made one statement that kind of go along with what I was saying. You said when you started doing your trade, you said you started doing floors, right? Now you kind of said nobody gave you the answers, but in a way they did. And that's what I'm talking about. In certain instances, when there is certain direct knowledge to pass over, I think that's okay to do that. And I think we tend to look at it as a whole as to we're not gonna help nobody because it's not our problem. It's not our problem to help nobody. But if you want somebody to succeed the way you want them to, it would kind of be the best way is to kind of give them the answers. Like I said, I just started doing a new trade, right? And if he don't tell me exactly how to do it, I'm gonna fuck it up. Because I need to see it done first. I need to see how it's done exactly first. Step by step. So I'm getting given the answers. I'm getting that direct one-to-one help. And that's what's helping me improve that. So I get what y'all saying, though. It's kind of tying into what Rashawn's saying. If you're not ready to see that through all the way, then you probably don't want to participate in that. But we can't say that we can't say that we in a position as YouTubers and influence and people has had this conversation and we just leave folks hanging sometimes too. I noticed that as well. Because we don't ever get to a solution. And I ain't saying we don't never do. I'm not gonna say that. We tend to not get to a solution sometimes. Now I watch your stuff, and I know you real solution based. So you get to a lot of stuff. And I ain't saying it like that, but I hear when it comes to this relationship shit, it's always this open end. That's why it's gonna last forever. You know what I'm saying? Because we're trying to blend all these philosophical theories into an emotional, explosive, chaotic situation. And that's like accelerating particles at each other at light speed, trying to create a new element. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to create a new element, especially when you're taking a particle that's 30 plus, another particle that's 30 plus. You know what I'm saying? Them elements are stubborn. They don't react in normal elements. They don't react in normal room temperature. I'm gonna drop some science on y'all. Most elements react in room temperature. That's how you get made on the periodic table. That's how you become an element. We dysfunctional in that way. We're volatile in that way now, to where when we collide, we don't collide like we supposed to. We don't work. We don't create these new elements that we want to. We want to create this new element of wealth. We want to create this new element of luxury. We want to create this new element of happiness, but we're not doing it in the proper conditions. We're doing it in in this emotional, entitled. That's not how it's supposed to go. This is science. It's all science. It owes you nothing. It doesn't really like it doesn't making money is a science. It don't owe you emotions. You know what I'm saying? And that's where we, like I said, and I'm gonna slow it down, but we blending those two volatile things together, and that's bad. Not in these conditions.
I agree completely. And you made me see it different because, you know, I think we kind of saying the same things. We just see it from a different angle because absolutely, you are absolutely right. When it comes to two people and it comes to coexisting, like you said, we could be two different elements trying to come through and make this new periodic table when it's just not feasible. But at the same time, I do think that Mandrell had a point as well, that everybody's level of understanding, everybody's level of astuteness, whether it be background, you know, experience, life experience, once you come together, you have to make a decision on being astute enough to coexist and live with a person. And I think a lot of people just don't have those tools. You guys are hitting the nail on the head. This is a great conversation, man. I see a lot of myself in it because, like I was saying, the skilled trade thing, and I think that's why I say we see it the same way, is because I was just kind of like giving the game. They didn't say, go pick that bucket up and bring it over here. What he told me is the best skill you can have as a helper is anticipation. If you see I need a sponge, you should already have the sponge. If you see I need a measuring tape, but you have to pay attention. You have to be astute. And I think it's the same thing in relationships, that you learn to be a helper first. And again, this is where the disrespect comes in at, because we as men, we know how to help. We know in order to be a good leader, you got to be a good follower first. And, you know, sometimes maybe the insensitive guys, the guys who don't know how to word it, they give us all a bad paint of the paintbrush when they open their mouth and they start speaking. But I'm completely in line with what you guys are saying and agree wholeheartedly.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, let me jump back into the video, see if we can start moving a little bit forward. I think we
Oh
we
man,
close
it's
to
turned
it.
into a yellow reaction.
Yeah, I like it.
You like it?
Have you ever dated a
Yeah.
black man? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do the Kendra kid. Huh? You said several?
No.
All right, Kendra
Finally,
came.
I've
Bree,
been
if
single
you
for
hear,
8 months.
they finally
you just
gonna do
broke
it.
up with somebody. Okay.
Go, Kendra.
8 months ago. Okay.
Let's go.
I don't know if you can see me.
Oh no.
Stop it. Stop it.
Mandrell.
Mid six figures, lady.
Okay. All right. We see you, girl.
I mean,
Okay.
y'all knew how she was
Oh,
shaking when she said
God.
Colorado.
Tall?
Yeah.
Okay. So you want a guy
What'd you
that
say?
is
Boulder
taller
or
than
not?
you?
You said, what were you trying to say, Mr.
I'm not
What
picky
you
about
trying
that.
to say? What you
Hey,
trying to
y'all,
say?
no. Because if y'all start, then I'm gonna start, and I'm gonna be the one to stop it today. Nope.
You said you knew what she was saying when she said Colorado. So I started my brain started trying to piece it together. Like, what does that mean? That means something. I'm like, oh, I thought it was Boulder. I'm like, I can't really laugh too hard because I'm fat. Me and her.
Nah,
me and her
no,
twinning.
Colorado just has a lot of mountains, a lot of snow, a lot of mountains. I'm from one of those places. I told you guys I lived in like the Adirondack Mountains, and those are some handsome women. They're burly. They can cut down a tree by themselves.
That's a sturdy gal.
Lumberjacks.
That's a sturdy gal.
Okay, Stanjo. Let me see.
Yeah,
Drill said no.
I said I'm not picky about that.
Think about that. Okay. Well, you said this was 8 months ago. You don't have to answer, but I'm gonna ask. When's the last time you was intimate with somebody?
It's been a couple months.
Couple months. Okay. Why do you think you're single, honey?
I think I'm single because I choose to be. Like I said, I have high expectations. And I want a long-term partner. I don't just want to settle for any type of relationship. I want to invest in a man, and I want him.
Let her finish, please.
She said what?
She wants to invest. She's an investor.
Oh, look, y'all.
Let her get it all out, Rashawn. Let her get it out. Let her finish, please.
I got lost in the malice rambling. It's just like wow.
Wait, no, because she said invest in a man. Why? Where's the investment? Now he's got to bring mid six figures, so it's not a financial investment.
No.
Then she also says she's like the type of attitude that she brings is not that of a wife, so it's not an emotional investment. Where's the investment? Like what? I'm gonna let her finish. And Moisha stand account. I know I waved, but I don't think I said Moisha stand account. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you, man. Nah, man. Handsome women. Tristan Draper's thoughts and opinions do not reflect the thoughts and opinions reflected in the chat and the panel. Do dividends come with that investment? Man, come on. And she's single because she chooses. All right, let her finish. I'm gonna let her finish. But Beyonce had the greatest video of all time.
To invest in me, and I want, him to be healed from his wounds and be ready to kind of see what I have to offer and know what he has to offer. And
wait, he's got to be healed from his wounds, but she's bringing that whole white wound.
Yeah, okay, so she can cause new ones. He got to be healed so I can hurt him again.
Jesus Christ.
Us to be a package together so that we can make an impact on the world and hopefully have a family and grow together. So
why did you and your boyfriend break up 8 months ago?
Make up his lie. Look at this lie.
He was one of those people I was talking about who kind of lie, manipulate, and tell you a story.
Okay.
So he had a very good job at Amazon, and then kind of lost it through a workers' comp incident that may or may not have been accurately portrayed as true. And then kind of lived off of that money. And he's done that before, I found out, where
he's a workers' comp scammer.
Feel like working is something to invest your time in. Playing the system was more important to him.
Gotcha.
So
it's a whole nother show.
Okay. So back.
Yeah, she a wild one.
That's another thing that. Where's all the people that want someone God-fearing, but yet that person is a scammer, a deleter, M-worder, a R-worder, but they want God-fearing. God ain't in line with all that stuff. You can't be moving credit cards and be considered God-fearing. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm old, but I hear all these people that want these upstanding moral people that do immoral things for 99% of the day.
As long as you come home and treat her like the queen and whatever she is, because this is crazy. This is crazy. She was just dating a scammer. She was just dating a workers' comp scammer that had a good job at Amazon. Now she wants a guy that makes mid six figures. Like, can we be real?
Damn, bro.
Like, come on, man.
This ain't even a ladder. This an escalator she trying to step on.
Bro,
this a slingshot. This ain't even an escalator.
Yeah,
like, what's the fastest?
Man.
Yeah, this a catapult.
She's trying to get shot over the wall. And I'm not the Kevin Samuels wall. I'm just being like, she was trying to get velocity. That's
the Attack on Titan wall. That's the motherfucker she gonna hit. She ain't gonna get high.
Yep.
God damn it. She gonna hit that motherfucker hard.
The green monster, the old Fenway.
Right.
She ain't clearing the green monster.
Back off the wall. Looking at back. Off the wall.
She gonna make it, man.
Back to you. So why do you think you're single now? Because of that situation?
Yeah, I'm out there dating. But I I live in Denver, then there's not a lot of Black people in Denver. I do work remotely, so I'm able to travel.
Would you ever relocate?
I've thought about it for sure.
Thought about it.
But it takes a lot to pack up everything and just relocate. So
okay.
It takes a lot to pack up and leave. It also takes a lot to think you're about to get on here and find a man that's making mid six figures. That takes a lot of testicular fortitude right there to get on here and expect to find a man that's making $500,000 a year. But it's more problematic. What's more difficult is getting up and moving to a different city, packing up your stuff. You have so much stuff that it's harder to pack that up. This reminds me of that it's harder to put a camel through the eye of a needle than to get a rich man in the kingdom of heaven. It'd be harder to put a camel through the eye of a needle than to get her into some common sense, like just to get her thought process in alignment. I'd rather that job of getting the camel through the eye of a needle, because I got too much stuff to pack. Well, you don't want a man, because it's going to be more work to live with a person than it is to pack your stuff. It's going to be more work. It's going to require more. Lazy. Alasia. That's ridiculous, man.
And why would a guy be lucky to be with you?
I think that I have a lot to offer. I'm kind of one of those nurturing women.
Oh.
Like, I like to cook and clean and old school. Like, I was raised by my grandparents, like I said. I'm educated. I'm hardworking.
I just don't understand. Wait a minute, hold on.
Yeah, go ahead, because you on the same shit too. Didn't she say that?
Wait, first she said she's nurturing, but then she's also doesn't have the temperament and disposition of a wife.
Of a wife, right?
But then she said cook and clean, but she's worried about what restaurants the guy goes to.
Right.
If you cook, like, why are you worried about him going to Applebee's? If your selling point is I cook, why are you worried about what restaurant he eats at?
They just talk.
I promise.
They say whatever they think.
Motherfuckers think the air fryer is cooking. Just because you can throw that, shit in the air fryer for 20 minutes, don't mean you can cook.
Yeah, Apex, man, it's crazy. How are you responsible to just leave and you're still on the lease? you looking out for the rental agency? What's wrong with you, man? Of course, she'll break a lease. She was just dating a scammer, a workers' comp scammer. Oh shoot! I just skipped back accidentally. My bad.
So,
Got you, girl. I got you. Does the guy have to make a certain amount of money?
No, we're past that.
I want a long-term partner. I don't just want to settle for any type of relationship. I want to invest in a man, and I want him to invest in me, and I want, him to be healed from his wounds. And I was talking about, who kind of lie, manipulate, and tell you a story.
Her food ain't ceasing.
So he had a very good job at Amazon, and then kind of lost it.
I promise you, she can't cook.
Comp incident that may or may not have been
She raised by her white mama and they white side in Denver. I ain't trusting not a damn woman out of Denver talking about I can cook. You can cook what?
Now here's the thing, though, Quantum. I get you. She's talking about going on dates, but these are dates with somebody that you hope to get into a relationship. So the emphasis would not be upon the type of meal that they're providing, because if you get together, you'd be providing the type of meal and nourishment that you both would be interested in. If all the emphasis is on while you're dating, he has to set you up on a lifestyle that you're not going to live once you're in a relationship, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you worry about where he takes you if when he gets into your home, you're going to be cooking for him? So it doesn't make any sense to even bring that up as a condition of where he takes you if once you're together, cooking is what you're offering. So that's what I mean by the logic. The logic's got to flow. Yeah, she's talking about going on dates, but what does that matter if you get in a relationship with him and you're a cooker? You cook, you provide the meals. So there's a disconnect. And that's what I'm saying. We got to start thinking past this stuff, because it doesn't make any sense.
And the bigger disconnect is when you're willing to ignore that she fucking lied too. Because she blatantly said that she didn't have the temperament of a wife. Now, how was you raised like a traditional wife? I was raised by my grandmama and my mom, all this other shit. I'm raised like a traditional woman, but she flat out fucking said it. That's why I said all these contradictions of it's saying one thing and doing a fucking another. Saying one thing and doing another. And they want us to trust them. I'm supposed to have wholehearted trust on what you gonna do. I'm supposed to invest in this. But people who know investments know bad investments when they see them as well. And 9 times out of 10, yeah, let me not finish that one.
That's what they want, Yella. They want us to be just as imbalanced as them so that they can sway us to their side. And that's the beauty of a relationship. One of us has to be different from the other person. So when you go off into that fantasy land, I'm going to pull you back into reality. And they don't want that. They want to set up landmines and say, this is the reason why I'm always in fantasy land. And you can't tell me about it. And you can't pull me out of it. And if you do, you're trying to be controlling. And that's the difference between me, because I'm unapologetic. I don't care what you think. I do not care. I'm here to let you know what's right and what's wrong. And you're going to do the same thing for me. Again, we're going to do it in different instances. It's not like it's just a totalitarianism. It's just not. You have an area of expertise and I have. It just so happens that my area of expertise is logic. Yours is a little spacey and scattered. So when I try to pull you back in, you can't say no, 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 no. And that's exactly what she is. I want to be up. I want to be down. I want to be hot. I want to be cold. And you can't be all of those things at one time. She needs a person to say, nah, 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 this is what it is. Or you could treat her like a real little kid. You could have A or you could have B. Which one you want? And it sounds hard to some people. It's very hard for some people to hear. It sounds insensitive. It sounds authoritative. But this is what it is. And if we don't want to go down a drain, you might want to jump on board. And again, every man ain't going to have the capabilities and the astuteness to be able to do this. But some of us have to do it unapologetically. I'm not worrying about how you feel. I'm not worrying about how I sound. And I don't care how it comes off to the people who are not in a relationship with us. Because we're the two people that have to live with each other. And we have to reach success. And in order to reach success, there's going to be some sacrifices. And if I have to put that to you a certain way to make you understand, then I'm going to do that. And she's one that you would have to do that.
I'm with you. Quantum want to definitely argue. I don't want lobster when I'm dating, but I can definitely cook our meals later on as we grow into something serious. Here's the problem, Quantum. Here's the problem. I pause for a moment and really think about this. We are requiring a dating experience. This is not a service. I'm a person. I don't offer a dating experience. I'm a human that you're trying to get to know. If you want an experience, go on the television, go to Disney. There are experiences to be had. We're going to experience each other and getting to know one another. But you don't get to select a dating experience. That's kind of part of the problem that I'm saying. Why we're having a breakdown in relationships, because people think they're trying to curate an experience. But there's another human on the other side of that. Why set him up on a thing of I expect certain types of meals from you that cost you money and they have to cost above a certain threshold, but you're not providing that service as well. So it's not any type of reciprocity. It's unbalanced. It's very one-sided. It's all about what you get from the relationship, and you only want it not because you want the food. You want it because of how much it costs. You want him to pay more than what you think Applebee's is worth. It gives you some sense of validation. He thinks I'm worth this much. That's weird. Be an adult. Have your own value coming into the dating situation. When I get to know you, have your own value. Don't make me have to buy something to make you feel like you're that valuable. If you need that, that's a problem. Where do you offer the same in return? Where do you tell him what his value is? What do you buy him that lets him know that this is how much you care? This much. Where's that? What do you do to let him know that you value him this much? Show up and eat the food that he paid for? Oh, that's nice. That's great. That's how much you care. You come and care. Like any bum on the street, if I offered them food, would eat it. Anybody, a dog would eat up the food. So where do you show him that his value is equal to yours? Where's that? Where's his experience? It's never offered. I want to hear that.
Yeah, it ain't a factor.
Ain't a factor. He's not a person.
It's not a factor. It's like you said, it's basically this one-sided thing. It's this one-sided experience. And that's why it's like when Mr. He said you want they want us to either fully slide over to them, or they want us to be so stable and still that they're able to be as chaotic as they can be. And we're the one that has to maintain the ship. Like we have to be as stable enough to be able to overcome like their emotional outbursts and emotional abuse and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I'd be like, it go too far. You haven't been to what did he say?
Nah, he said you haven't been to NYC. The homeless will look at you wild if you don't offer them the food they want.
Because he said down there, agree. He said, yeah.
Nah, man, you better go to Junior's. Man, they first heard a girl on one show called Dave and Buster's Childish, then slipped up and said she don't want to go anywhere she can take herself. Well, why would anybody else want to take you somewhere that you can't take yourself? Like, that's what I'm saying. If you don't value yourself enough to get there, why should anybody else value you enough to take you there? Like, this is external. This is the offloading of external validation. Like, I'm going to make you responsible to let me know what my worth is. I need you to chase my worth down. I need you to chase my value down with your dollars.
Yeah, but it starts from within, though. But it starts from within.
Right. But here's the other problem with that. If like this lady, nobody's taking you to those places, now you don't have any worth because they're not taking you to these places that you set as the standard. Now you have less value based upon where somebody else wants to take you to dinner. Like, we need to, not even for men, not even so that men don't pay so much money. For yourself, don't have your value tied to where a man takes you. For yourself, for your own self-esteem. Not forget me. I'll get a better version of somebody that's with me if you don't have the mindset that where I take you is your value. Like, you'll be whole. You'll be better as a person. Like, not for me, for you. I'll get a better you because you're better as a person. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, it ain't just about being selfish or being cheap. It's like, man, if you're a person that does not rely upon external validation, then I also don't have that burden of carrying your emotional state. We get a better experience together. But go ahead, jump in, Mr. He said.
I mean, I think that's the laziness of people, because even if we do go to Roof Chris or one of those expensive places, we only need to go once because I know how to cook. I'll be able to recreate the steak with the butter sauce. And again, but it's just a level of, if there's a will, there's a way. I want to please the woman that I'm with. I want her to look at me and be like, damn, I'm with a nice guy. And again, if she chooses to walk out the door and cheat on me, all she can say is, I cheated on a nice guy. I hope the next one is better. But it's these people who they want the answer key given to them. She wants the Roof Chris steak all the time from Roof Chris. Like, we can't recreate the Roof Chris steak at home. We can't go there one time. It's just a level of sophistication people don't have. And it's really disheartening, especially from, a woman that's so demanding, that knows exactly what she wants, but not exactly. And for us as a man to have to give her all of those things financially, emotionally, and then be the person that gets one opportunity to woo her in the bed, because we only gonna get one opportunity. If we mess up, we won't get another opportunity, but all women are different. Like, it's such a double Dutch game that they play, fellas, that it's appalling to me, very disrespectful, because again, I get to lay with you one time, and if I don't please you, I get labeled off as a sucker, but yet all women are different. So if all of y'all are different, you all need to be pleased differently, and I need to have multiple times to get to know you, the individual that you are. And again, just using the information that they give really makes no sense. And then when you tell them that you hate women or you hate your auntie, and it's very insensitive, because all of us aren't like that. Some of us just want the playing field to be leveled. And that's what I am.
I'm with you. The second time is it. I give two. One seems a little bit hard. The second time is it. Hey, you give a fair shot. I appreciate that. That's cool, Quan. I like that.
I true. And then kind of lived off of that money. And he's done that before, I found out, where he doesn't necessarily
Had a
feel
scammer.
like working is something
Important.
to invest your time in. Playing the system was more important to him.
Gotcha.
So,
Understand.
yeah.
Understand. Okay. So back to you. So why do you think you're single now? Because of that situation?
Yeah, I mean, I'm out there dating, but I I live in Denver, then there's not a lot of Black people in Denver. I do work remotely, so I'm able to travel.
Would you ever relocate?
I thought about it for sure. But you know, like it takes a lot to like pack up everything and just relocate. So
okay. And why would a guy be lucky to be with you?
Okay. Yeah.
I think that I have a lot to offer. I'm kind of one of those nurturing women. Like I like to cook and clean and old school. Like I was raised by my grandparents, like I said. I'm educated. I'm hardworking and caring. No, in no means am I perfect. Like I will sit down and be humbled and have a conversation with my partner on the things we need to work through and have clear communication with. And so I think that I could offer a really happy life with a man.
Okay. One of the cousins asked me to ask you, would you date a mixed person?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. And what's the age range you would do, sweetheart? Casey, you're 33.
Probably like 28 to 45.
28 to 45. And does
I don't know if it was on Facebook Live or YouTube.
No.
I know she
kids.
streams to multiple platforms.
You do want kids
This
in marriage,
one's all
correct?
Facebook.
Yes.
Okay. All right,
Facebook.
Casey Boo, how can this guy reach out to you?
Here y'all go, fellas.
Instagram is good. It's Casey's.world.
Yo, you wrong for that baby.
That was dirty. Fellas, sorry, y'all. Sorry, y'all missed that one. The static. StreamYard static.
Please, fellas, all the letters.
Yeah. KVSEYG.
Damn, her connection, but just seem to keep going out every time she say that shit.
All right, Casey, baby. Well, listen, I'm happy you finally got on.
Yeah, no, and thanks for, hearing me out and being open-minded. I appreciate it.
Yeah, listen, one thing about this seat is I never know who I'm going to be talking to, and I have become more open-minded because I've been doing it for 3 years now. Next week is our 3rd-year anniversary of me creating the show during the pandemic.
Woo, but yeah, man, that was a doozy. White expectations of Black men from a self-hating biracial woman who hated half of her genetic makeup.
Yeah, this is sad. Yeah. It's sad to see, and I'm with Mr. He said it's disheartening to see. It really is, and especially when you meet women who say all these good things about themselves, but then you meet them, then it's a different story. You know what I'm saying? Then the real them comes out. That's even more heartbreaking. It's like, okay. Didn't she contradicted herself in this video big time.
Yeah.
Like she said one thing in the beginning, then now here it's a completely different story. Completely different story.
She flip-flop.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. Y'all accused me of that before, but I had to explain myself.
Well, see, glad you recognizing it now. That's one.
Well, yeah, I had to explain myself as
not doing it.
Yeah, I had to explain myself as to why it sounds like I flip flop sometimes. Like, hey, I'm in a growing phase. I'm reading a lot more. I read every day. A lot of philosophy. So my perspective is changing on some things. Yeah, and I'm engaging in much more mature conversation. No, I'm engaging in much more mature conversations, which forces me to think about things a little deeper well, much deeper than I used to. So yeah, my perspective is going to change on some stuff.
Yes, what's up?
I'm not the same person y'all met a year ago. I'm not the same person I was 3 months ago. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna go get her. She sounds like a nightmare to deal with. She sounds like a whole right handful. I can't. I'm not dealing with that, man. I mean, but yeah, people don't give up. I mean, if you start striking on your own with a side hustle or a business or something like that, just know that the first one, it may or may not pay off. It may not. Like I said, it took me four tries before one actually just, you know what I'm saying? Finally, it was like, finally, I can scale this one, and now I'm starting another one that's already, because I learned the lessons of the other three that didn't work out. Taking those lessons to this new one, this second one, it's already paying off. So I mean, along with trying different things, you learn a lot on that journey. That's why it's important to try it. Like Arshawn said, if you're not good at anything, try everything, because the lessons you're going to learn, you can carry over into other ventures of yours. So, and that leads to success. Learning from mistakes, not only yours but other people's mistakes. That's why it's important to find someone to learn from. Like Mr. He said, and Yellow was saying, like Yellow saying, if you don't show me how to do it right, because I need to see it, I'm gonna mess something up. You know what I'm saying? And that's true. Mr. He said he started with floor and started with a trade, but he had to they're learning step by step. Both these gentlemen learn step by step. And that's how things are learned. That's how not only intelligence, but not knowledge, but wisdom is gained like that. That experience you're having, not only just learning that skill, but everything else around that in that environment is going to lead to wisdom. Don't underestimate it, and don't look for the quick fix. It's not helping you.
Mel says, we are proud of you, Mandrell, and your progress. Take educated risk and grow in the process. Yep. Let me hold 100K. Let me hold something.
I'm not going to let you hold 100K. I'm going to need that 100K back. 85K. Bree, I'm going to need that back. Okay? Soon. Real soon. I'm going to need that back.
Man, with that, gentlemen, what overall, I mean, from what you heard of the conversation, from what these conversations are not new. We've seen this. For me, I feel like there's a tide that's intensifying towards distorted thought and distorted behavior, distorted thinking, distorted expectations. Everything's getting distorted to a place where it's not really realistic and people can't live up to these expectations. From not just today's conversation, if y'all can just go around, starting with like Yellow, Mandrell, Mr. He said, what do you guys think that we, on a practical level, on our own level, and the people in our sphere, what are things that we can do? Maybe you're already doing them, and what could we additionally do that maybe we're not doing?
Being a little more transparent. I think we had a lot of stuff behind our emotions and fears, and we need to be a little more transparent. You don't have to trust people to be transparent. Like, you could be honest and transparent and not have to trust nobody. It honestly gives you more leeway to figure out who to trust. You know what I'm saying? And I know that come from doing a lot of work and getting a little bit of comfortable, you know what I'm saying, a comfortable idea. But yeah, we probably need to be a little more transparent about what we got going on. But something we could do more, man, is it's kind of link up with each other and help each other out, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, participate more in kind of pulling up the next person. Like I said, you ain't got to reach too far back, but as long as it's a hand that's reaching up towards you, You know what I'm saying? Pull that hand with you. You know, that might be the hand. Like I know Mr. He says that might be one of the hands you probably slide the answer key to, huh? Here you go. You take this because that's who I would. The one that's reaching out to me, I give them all the answer. You know what I'm saying? So it being a little more transparent and helping those who want help, and instead of us trying to focus on those who really don't.
I like that. That was
True indeed. I would agree with that wholeheartedly. The only thing I would sprinkle on top of that is humbleness. I think we can be a little more humble. Like I put in the chat earlier, people love to show you how much better than you they are. And I really think so. I really think that it's, I don't know what kind of people you guys be around. Where do you work at? What kind of women do you know? What kind of men do you, all of that to let me know that you're better than me. You could have saved that. And I think we all just need to be a little more humble. We can show a little more where there's a will, there's a way. I really think that people who want to get it done, like Yella just said, if you reaching towards me, I'm reaching towards you. But I'm not giving the answers to the people who are not reaching. They are so lazy, Yella. They want to skip every day. They don't want to come to class. They want to laugh at us for going to class. And then at the end of the year, they say, well, what can I do to pass? Nothing you can't do to pass. You failed already. And that's where I'm at now. I'm so unapologetic about it because they're so unapologetic about their naivety, about their insensitivity, about their lack of knowledge. And with knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, you can build anything, man. And I think that's where you start. But again, that humbleness to know you don't know everything. To know that there is some wisdom that you can retain. You can take someone's example. I like to stand on my island, but I am willing to change my position. With new information, I have the right to change my mind. But I'm always going to jump out the gate and say, this is where I stand. And Yella, like you presented me some information today, made me see things different. And I'm willing to do that. But I don't think a lot of people are. And I think that if we can come together and be a little more humble, like you said, a little more willing, a little more down to earth, we are not six figures. We are not living in mansions. For the people who not, we really need to be honest with each other and say we're not. Me and the missus, we are making it go day by day like everybody else, man. We don't care about money. We don't care about time. We care about each other. And all the rest of that shit falls into place with me loving her and her loving me and doing what she's supposed to do and I'm supposed to do. Everything came to where it's supposed to be. We started off from shit and we are at where we at now. So, I appreciate you guys. Like I said, I didn't have those positive men in my life. I had to get a what not to do list. I had to get my shit from Joni and Chachi, like no bullshit, y'all. Like all of my inspiration came from TV. So when you see two people, whether it's fucking Starsky and Hutch, Cagney and Lacey, Crockett and Tubbs, Ralph and Alice, like that's where I'm from. And that's all I'm about is that I know I have to coexist with this lady in there. And in order to do that, I should be an honorable person. I should be an honorable man and not just for her, for myself. And then things will fall into place. We might have some good kids. We might have a great life. And that's what it is, man. But I can never express to you guys enough how much I appreciate y'all, how much you guys show me, Arshawn, you, Yella, Mandrell, and the rest of your team, Bree, Candidan, like you guys to be younger than me, you guys give me so much vegetables to eat. So, keep doing what y'all are doing, man, because y'all fill a lane that need to be filled in this space. And I appreciate y'all. So keep doing what you're doing, man. Thanks for having me.
And appreciate that. And Mr. Mandrell, what you got, man? What you think we should be on? Long answers only.
Long answers only. What was your question again, then? Make sure I answer it properly.
What do you think that we could do to try to be better in this dynamic that we're talking about? Because I see everything kind of veering off into like off the tracks. It feels like things are getting off the tracks. Numbers and stats from the real world also say things are getting off the tracks. There's some things that are coming down, but most things are trending in a negative direction. What are things that we can do individually? What things do you think we could do, even if you want to say collectively? What things are we already doing? What things should we start incorporating doing? Like, what do you think we can do to start turning things around in a better direction?
Well, I mean, I don't have regarding that question. I don't have much to add on to what the fellas already said. Only thing I say to turn things in a different direction. We have to first understand is people who are trying to teach or give advice. Understand that most people aren't gonna follow it. You can give people. You've heard me say this on other panels. Black women are the only group of women I've observed who can be given the answers to the test, be allowed to use the answers while taking the test, and still find a way to fail. Well, it's not just black women. That's a human thing. People do that all the time. And we have to square with that. So that way it won't cause us so much frustration. That way when we can notice patterns in people who do these things, who do that. Okay, this person that follow the same pattern. We can tell them, hey, this is what you're doing. You're going the wrong way. Come back. You know what I'm saying? She says, now, sir, it's the truth. You can say what you want. That's my square, and I stand on it. Period. You're not getting me off of it. My perspective has not changed on that. Black women, you failed in a lot of ways. You're still failing on everything else. For the most part. It's sad. I'm disappointed. It's heartbreaking. And you should be ashamed of yourselves. But somehow you're not. I do not understand it. It's a fact. It is a fact. You get good men, have no clue what to do with them, so you scare yourselves away from them, and then complain that they're no good men. No, you just didn't measure up. But you're too full of yourself and so full of pride and lack of humility that you don't do the work on yourself for self-improvement to measure up. You're squaring me the oodles and noodles. Okay, fair enough. You know what, Moesha? That's your perspective.
I like that one. I like it, Mandrell.
That's why I'm laughing.
That was funny.
Yeah, it was. That was good. You're right. That was good. But no, not to get on the rant, but ladies and gentlemen, like, don't be so prideful, people, to where you think you don't need work, because we all do. Every single one of us, myself included. And I'm doing work on myself presently. So as far as us teaching, we have to understand that most people, the vast majority of people, they're not gonna take to the information. You can give people the answers to the test, but they'll still find a way to fail. It's not just black women. That's a human thing. But so to cause us to not be so frustrated and overwhelmed and aggravated and want to give up, come to grips with that. That's what I say we can do. And just save the ones that we can. The ones who want to change, the ones who want to do better. Yeah. Sorry, Michelle, you're wrong. You don't know all of us, so stop generalizing. I'm not saying all of you. And to generalize, if we're speaking about this in general, yeah. And I said before, this is just from my observation. Just from my observation. So that doesn't mean a hill of beans, because it's just my observation. It's anecdotal. It's just from my experience. So, I mean, now I wouldn't dare say all black women are like that, because that just wouldn't be true. So please understand the context that I'm trying to present the information. That's all I'm saying. But just from my observation, the only women you can give the test, say, hey, use the answer key while taking the test. They still find a way. I don't understand it. You still find a way to fail. I don't get it. And the reason why I say that, Emil, is you'll get good men, and then they just piss them away. I don't get it. What's up, Apex? What did Apex say? Okay, Mandrell, Sean didn't mean long answers literally. Gotcha. I'll leave it there. Y'all can feel how you want to feel about it. Doesn't matter, because I'm not wrong.
And obviously, I think everybody here is astute enough, to borrow a word from Mr. He said, to know that the black women that Mandrell's talking about are the ones who are not currently subscribed and did not hit the like button. He's
right.
Not y'all. Not y'all.
Those black women.
Not y'all.
Absolutely.
Yeah, not y'all. I'm not talking about you, M. Mills. No.
But yeah, real quick before we get out of here, man, I appreciate those. That sound. I think that's all sound wisdom. But we're getting ready to head up out, gentlemen. If you would give me like your closing thoughts, and everybody like shout out your platform, your next show, that kind of stuff. So we'll start with Mr. He said, Mandrell, and then kind of land on Yellow.
Thank you for having me, man. I will not be long. We are He Said, She Said, Love and Abundance every Thursday at 8 o'clock. Tomorrow, we got an amazing episode about the robots, man. The robots. We so busy being divided. You can already put a check next to that one. It's just time to conquer us now. And the robots will come to do it. And we're going to talk about it tomorrow at 8 o'clock, man. So come through, check us out. Mrs. She Said will be there with her pretty smile and her glasses. And I'll be there with my rhetoric. Thank you for having me, Sean. Appreciate you, man. Shout out to your whole team. Yella, Bree, Mandrell, Kendra, and you guys do amazing work out here. Keep doing the work because you guys are amazing.
Man, appreciate you, Mr. He Said. Everybody know I always shout their names from the rooftops because I really think they're great content creators, very thoughtful, very passionate, and it's content that I think we need to hear it until we do something about it. I think sometimes we need to just keep hearing the message until we actually decide to get up off our couches and do something about some of the stuff that we're seeing happen all around us. Like, we're seeing it happen. We're all complaining about it. And then when it's like time to like everybody, okay, so y'all ready to do something? We're like, what? And then we kind of drop because we don't know where to start or where to begin or what it's going to cost us. So again, I love Mr. He Said, Mr. She Said for that very reason, because they're like, you know what? You can live your life. You can survive and you can thrive and you can still find a way to pour into others. But it takes time to get there. We can't expect that out of everybody at every time. Sometimes you got to build yourself up before you can help build anybody else up. So I always love that content. Mandrell, whoa, y'all still here? That you want us to be gone? Is that how you feeling, Leah? You want us out of here?
Right. You want us out of here?
Is that how you feeling?
You know what, Leah? It'd be good to see you jump on the panel and give your
Thank
perspective
you,
once in a
Mills.
while.
Finally got a charger. Yeah, we getting ready to leave too. That's funny.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But Mandrell, give
Final
us
thoughts?
your final thoughts, and then let us know where you're gonna be at soon. You know, when we catch your next stream, all that good stuff.
Okay. Well, final thoughts. People put things into perspective. Okay. Don't walk around thinking that you don't need work, because we all do. We all can stand to improve in some aspect in life. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna sound painful, but read a book. You can start by reading philosophy. Read Epictetus or Marcus Aurelius. You can find them on Amazon, pretty cheap. Very good insight. When in doubt, you got YouTube. So YouTube some of this stuff if you don't want to read. But yeah, if you're in a relationship and you want to build something, understand that you're gonna have to be more about the other person than you are about yourself. And just because a person has a lot of money doesn't mean they're going to be a good person. So you have to put things in perspective. That's all I got to say. Put things in perspective. When you'll see me on YouTube again, as far as doing my show, I don't know. It's the best answer I can give you. But usually you can find me on on the Black Man Unfiltered Network here on YouTube, Wednesday nights at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, where I do my show Unapologetic with Mandrell and Shushu. Shushu is my younger sister. She co-hosts with me on that show. We talk about various different topics. We don't talk about relationship talk. For the most part, we don't. So we have once or twice, but that's about it. But we talk about other things too, you know. Yeah, people. Don't be so prideful. Don't be so headstrong. If you're in a relationship and you're not more about the other person than you are about yourself, you're going the wrong way. Because the other person has to be more about you than they are about themselves. You do it that way, you'll be all right. And there you have it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't know what you mean by that. I don't. I would like an explanation, Arshawn. I would love one. A good example of a good couple, the Harrisons over here.
Yeah.
Good example of a good couple. There you go. Watch them and watch how they feed off each other. Watch how they interact.
Yeah.
That's your example. Mr. and Mrs. He said. Good example.
Yeah.
right here on YouTube. So now you have no excuses. You got example. You got an example.
Got a good example for sure. For sure. Excuse me. Yeah, definitely. Mandrill, were you breaking news right there when you said we don't know when you'll be back on the network? Was that breaking news? Because you said you usually on Wednesdays, but you don't know when you'll be back on. So is there breaking news? Is there something developing?
Is there something developing? There's always something developing, but when will, when I'll be back? Taking a sabbatical. Unplugging for a while, so and I'm working, taking that time to work on other things, and
Right.
don't know. Don't know.
You heard it here first. Everybody, critically drinking, where we break the YouTube news until it's broke. So, he been teasing that. I missed out. I missed it. He been teasing that. My bad. My bad. I don't know what it's about Mandrell's speech pattern, but everything he says sounds like sarcasm, and it's hilarious to me.
She's right. You know, that's the crazy part. She's right. She's right.
Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. That is hilarious. Yella, give us your closing thoughts, and when we can catch your next stream. Give us, hit us with the walk off song.
Y'all know where to find me, man. Yellow Pill Coffee Co. everywhere. I'll probably be on Twitch later on this evening. I was supposed to start at 6, but I'll probably go at about 7 o'clock. But I will leave y'all with this. Mandrill said read a book, and I will leave y'all with a quote from one of the most profound books that was ever written, The Outsiders. And he said, stay gold, Pony Boy.
That was it?
Yeah, that was it. Stay gold. Yeah, stay gold.
Read, nigga, read!
So read a book has been repeated throughout the chat and the panel. Everybody go read a book. So that is a good source of great ideas, or at least ideas and perspectives that will challenge your own or expand your own. So again, that's something a great and useful tool. And they've made a great development. They now have audio books. So if you're like me and you hate the feeling of paper in your hands, you can or Kindle. Kindle, they have devices that are not paper, so you can read. Or if you audio books, they even put some of them on YouTube. They steal the content, and the audio book is available on YouTube, and you can just listen to it in the background, so you can get the same ideas and information a different way. Just food for thought, in case you didn't know. I know everybody here that likes and subscribes here is aware, and we're all readers. We are getting ready to head out, folks. I really do appreciate all of y'all that spent the time, especially folks in the chat. I love it when y'all in the chat rocking out. It means a lot to me. Mr. He said, Mandrill, Yella, man, I really appreciate y'all coming up for the conversation. That means a lot. Definitely appreciate all of you gentlemen for different reasons. In order for you to require even one amazing person, you probably have to be an amazing person yourself. Absolutely. Kindle also has, so you can get free books sometimes too. They were doing something where they were giving away free books every month. Sometimes you get some at a really steep discount. So, man, just pay attention to the promotions. And y'all should put together a critically drinking reading list. Now, for me, everybody, real quick, I'll give y'all two. One that transformed my life, and then one that I really believe, if it had hit me at the right time, it would have. Boundaries. I don't remember. Let me look up the author. Boundaries was the book that told me that it was okay to say no, because people have said it. And when somebody mentioned this book, Boundaries, I read that book, and it really changed all of my relationships. It is by, let me see, Dr. John Townsend and Dr. Henry Cloud. Boundaries changed my life because I was able to start being more of a person of my word, because I did not give my word unless I meant it, because I wasn't pressured to say yes to things I didn't really believe in or didn't want to do. So Boundaries is the first book I would suggest. The second one is more of a fictional book, but I really believe it gives great principles, is The Alchemist by Paul Coelho. I believe Raul Coelho is the last name. I can't remember the first name. Let me look that up real quick. But The Alchemist is a great book, and that's kind of the way I see life, is in that vein. There are a lot of moving parts that come together to create the tapestry of your life. But it's a lot of interwoven and connectedness. So earlier when I was saying it's all connected, That's what I'm saying. And I believe we all have the connectedness enough. If we're influencing each other to the positive, then the tide moves to the positive, as opposed to this selfish, like, negative. And we're currently moving everybody towards the negative. I believe we have that power in us to move the tide, but it's a bunch of individuals together. You know, the drops in the ocean, but they make the wave. But you gentlemen, what do y'all guys think?
I got 2 books right here. I would suggest a dictionary. This one right here is the best dictionary for students, but we have a plethora of dictionaries in this house, from law dictionaries to Webster dictionaries, because I think it has every word that you would ever have to use in there. And if you want to be able to express yourself, you need to know words, and that's where all of the words are. The other book is the diagnosis book for every medical diagnosis under the sun, because I like to understand why I'm seeing what I'm seeing and understand what's going on. Again, I'm big on knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. So if I have the words to express myself, I don't have to yell. I don't have to curse. I don't have to get physical, because I can express my thoughts through words. And if I know the diagnoses or what it looks like from the behaviors that people exhibit, maybe I can understand them more and understand how to approach, how to talk, how to relate to them a little bit better. So we just try to understand things here. So diagnosis book, criteria diagnoses, and dictionary is just about knowledge, man. Gain knowledge and exercise it.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Man, Drew? Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just put one. I just put one in the chat. It's about Epictetus. Those are the teachings of Epictetus. He has quickly surpassed Marcus Aurelius as my favorite Stoic philosopher.
Really?
Yes, Epictetus is fantastic. Actually, Marcus Aurelius learned Stoicism from him.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying? From his writings. And Epictetus never wrote his teachings down. What we have today is the reading where his students would sit there and write down the things he was saying. He would just stand there and teach. His students would take notes. So that's what we have as teachers now. He never wrote anything down, but he knew what he knew. He believed in what he believed in. He stood on what he believed, and that and the book about Epictetus, Discourses and Selected Writings, you can find that on Amazon. You can just copy and paste that in your Amazon search bar. The book should come up. And the Meditations of Marcus Aurelius. Those 2 books will change your perspective on things. They will give you more insight on life itself and how to operate. You know what I mean? How to look at things, knowing that, like Epictetus says, one of the things that hit me the biggest, and this is like last week from reading that book. He says that if someone makes you upset, just know that your mind is complicit in your anger.
Yes.
So I'm a part of me being angry.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, just because someone said something to me, once upon a time I might have found it offensive. Why am I mad? It's just something someone said. That's all it is. That's all it is. Why should that offend you? And that's why you don't see me on panels getting pissed off anymore.
Yeah.
What's the point? It's just something somebody said. You know what I'm saying? It could be the most cruel thing in the world, but so what? Is it hurting me for real? No. You know what I mean? But it's a lot of stuff in those 2 books. If you practice and make those habits, they will make, in my opinion, they will make you a better person. Just a better person in general. I mean, they really will. It's a lot to think about. A lot of good habits to find. Also, Rich Dad Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki, and the 48 Laws of Power. I recommend those 2 as well.
The Laws of Power. That's a tough one, boy. I can't. There's something about that one that irks my soul.
It's a hard read.
It is. It's not exactly a page turner, but it is a hard read. But also I got Sun Tzu's The Art of War. I got that. I mean, yeah, especially that one. That one's really good as well.
Yeah.
The Art of War is a long book. Be prepared.
But so is War and Peace. War and Peace is 1,440 pages. It takes a while, but it's worth the read. Worth it.
Ooh.
Rich Dad Poor Dad is a great book, but the author is fucking scary.
Yo, thanks for having me, man. It's dinner time, man. I appreciate y'all.
All right, no problem.
Appreciate you, he said.
Well, here's the thing about Robert Kiyosaki. I suggest you do it with him and what you do with everyone else. Chew the meat and spit the bones. Is he a scammer? I don't know. I can't be sure about that, but I tell you this, there's a lot of truth in what he says when he talks about the mentality of rich people versus the mentality of everyone else. There's a lot of truth in that. He is not lying.
Yeah.
He is not lying at all. I've been around billionaires. They do have a different mindset. And most and common people, they ain't got it. They look at the world in a completely different fashion, man. It's crazy when you look at it. Yeah.
Bree and Nova have even like kind of reiterated some of those principles because I have that scarcity mindset. So every loss feels magnified as opposed to a necessary step in succeeding. So like losses and failures are like necessary. Like you fall off your bike before you learn to ride a bike. But to me, if I fall off the bike, it's like I want to sit there and cry. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how life got me. So I had a problem with emotional regulation because of that scarcity brain. But that 48 Laws of Power, like the language wasn't hard to read. It was the concepts. It was very like the Machiavellian nature of power and politics. And it was like hard to accept that as the way people move, but I know it's the way people move. And it was just like, I hated reading. It made my stomach turn. I got 7 deep. I got 7 laws deep, and I had to tap out. I might pull it back up, but it was just hard. Ooh. Don't waste time. Black Reconstruction by W.E. Du Bois. It explains everything in terms of America today. Man, and what's scary, George Washington, Carter G. Woodson, The Miseducation of the Negro. What's worse is that 100 years ago, the stuff he talked about is the same stuff we're talking about now. It's like let me suggest everyone read all of Robert Greene's books. I do have several of his. If you don't want to read them all, go to his YouTube channel and listen to an audiobook. Robert Greene is solid too. I mean, he's 48 Laws of Power, but he has some other stuff that I like better. I like but 48 Laws of Power that was tough.
It's a good book, man, when you read it. To me, Sun Tzu's The Art of War is better, in my opinion. But 48 Laws of Power, there's a lot. The thing is, I bet you every billionaire's read that.
Yeah.
Or they knew all of the content in that book before that book was published. I guarantee, because they think that way, dude. The Machiavellian stuff you're talking about, dude, really, they animals. No
Crazy,
wonder they're
man.
billionaires. They understand the fact that they have to step on people's necks in order to climb that ladder higher and higher and higher. And the higher you climb, the more people you got to step on. It's just they're willing to. They accept that as a part of it. Not only that, they're willing to do it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I
So
get it.
I'm just not willing. I'm just not willing to go that far for it.
I had so many years of indoctrination to like morality. I had too much Christian morality shoved down my throat for it.
Yeah.
So now it's like it really makes me sick. But I get
and like for me, there is a such thing as enough. Like the money I make now, it's enough. It's enough. Do I need more? No. I can travel out the country. I say 4 times a year if I wanted to. You know what I'm saying? So I could, and I have everything I need. People are like, why don't you buy a house? I'm like, why? If I buy a house, I'm stuck there now. Or if I want to move somewhere else, now I got to deal with renting the house. Now I'm a landlord. I don't want to be a landlord because I rent it out because it has to make money. You know what I'm saying? So I'm either a landlord or I got to sell it. I don't want to go through that process. You know what I'm saying? And it would be stupid to buy a house today anyway. So not with these interest rates. But yeah, man, it's just there is such thing as enough for me. It's enough. What? I mean, but some people, Rashawn, it ain't enough. They want more and more and more. It's a cup that is never filled. And it's a miserable existence. I know every billionaire I met, they're miserable. Every single one. I've met 8 of them. And they're all miserable. You know what I'm saying? They're all miserable. You know, I mean, but again, quality of life, quality time, leisure time. You know, they spent all their life making money.
Yeah.
So what do you have? You
Yep,
don't know
so
your children. You got children that you don't even know.
don't know. Discord book club. Hey, you've been dropping books since you first came in, Tristan. So y'all don't even want to hear about no book club. You and y'all the only ones constantly trying to read and write. But I do find that books are valuable. As I've gotten older, I've tried to get the concepts in other formats and just reading the book, because there are places where you can get the material condensed or summarized. So you have to learn to get the information. That's part of the work. Learning the best way to get the information and what works best for you. All of this is part of the work. It's optimization. It's like you're optimizing yourself. So all of this is part of the same stuff. So we are getting ready to get out of here. Reading is fundamental. Manjo's got one last point.
The Epictetus, understand this. Understand the context he's coming from. The guy spent his first 30 years of life as a slave. So when he says things like there's things you can control and things you don't control, like he says you don't control your body because someone can own slaves at that time. That's why he said that. You know what I mean? So just understand he spent his first 30 years of life as a slave, and very wise guy. I mean, because a lot of most 99% of what he says in that book is what's said in that book can apply today. 99% of it. Yeah.
And
that's it.
That is truly
amazing.
God bless the food, goddammit. God bless the food. Now, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm gonna end this goddamn thing. Look, where's that goddamn money bowl at? Who got that money bowl? We taking that money right now before you leave this bitch. We ain't leaving out here for free, motherfucker. Where that money bowl at? Don't have me to fire this bitch off now. Where that money bowl at? Don't you? Look, don't make me shoot this. All right. Officer Tuckerson was already a dead motherfucker. I don't mind shooting another motherfucker. Oh,